Okay, let's try it unmuted as well. So welcome everybody to the second day of the Living Norway 2020 Colloquium. It's a great pleasure for us to welcome you to these more workshopy things that are going to happen today. First, we're going to have this educational workshop. And this is something that we have been discussing and developing a lot during the last few weeks and days, to be honest, thinking about what can we do and how can we talk about education in a way that is sort of useful and also pointing forward in terms of open data and fair data management. And what became very clear yesterday was that this is a landscape that is changing extremely fast. So over just a few years, sort of the way we think about open data and data management and all these things have transformed quite dramatically. And of course, this is a challenge for us as researchers, but then as educators, it's a different world. And we cannot sit around and wait until we have it all figured out in research and then start teaching it. We need to take this into education now, or actually sort of last year, 5 years ago, because these students that are going through their educations now, they will need to be up and running on all these fields when they are educated, or actually when they start in the workforce, or actually as they are studying. So this is what we're doing today. I'm going to have a short introduction, and after that we will be discussing and sharing and working in groups. And we also have a fantastic lineup of presenters who will present some little case studies in the middle of it. So I hope you look forward to all of this. So, but just a brief sort of recap from yesterday. It is very obvious that the open science universe is expanding and expanding very rapidly. And this is just one representation of this from some work that we did last year. And then we talked about all these different aspects that you have to open science. So of course you have open data, you have open source, and so on and so forth. And very much when we discuss open science, we're talking about open access publishing, which is a very, very small part of open science, which was nicely illustrated yesterday. And you have a lot of different sort of taxonomies of open science, and of course it's much more than what we showed on the previous slide. And so this is a huge list of different kinds of things that are both about different aspects of open science and all these different terms that comes into this. And open education isn't even mentioned here, and open, like we talked about yesterday, how sort of openness in the science. There are so many things, so how do we? One thing is sort of getting to grips with all of this ourselves, but how do we implement it in education? We talked also yesterday about sort of fair principles, and from the educational point of view, if we want all of this to be happening in science. So in reality, both in science and in the science policy interface, we need people out there who have very, very complex skill sets. Luckily, we have tools and we have sort of frameworks and ways of thinking about, or we have sort of very powerful tools to make this transition and to make this change happen. And one of those tools that we use quite a lot is, of course, research-based education. And in education, when we're educating students in ecology and also in different other subjects, there's a lot of things that they are learning in terms of science. They're learning how to formulate scientific questions. They're learning how to make sampling in science. There are so many things that we are teaching students. And sort of Sigrun Eliassen at the University of Bergen, she has summarized this very nicely in this figure that I just wanted to show you. Like, what is it that we are teaching research students? We're teaching them to think like scientists in different kinds of ways. We're teaching them to use tools and technologies like scientists. And we're teaching them to communicate like scientists. And what yesterday really illustrated for us is that all these things change when you start to think about how should we do this in a fair, open way. So all these aspects are impacted. So last year at the Living Norway Colloquium, we were discussing sort of what kind of things can we do, what kind of things can students do to get some kind of experience with this. And so we summarized this towards the end of the colloquium last year, saying that, students need new skill sets, like we talked about before, but there are also some other interesting opportunities here. Because in a fair open world, students can learn, and we can teach students by exposing them to real data. So instead of making up data that the students play with, they can actually play with or work with real data from the real world. We can also share the students' data, the data that they collect. And so the data that they are collecting during their coursework can actually be shared sort of with society. And of course, we should also share educational resources. So this is sort of aspects of open education, that education is open and that it's interfacing with the reality out there in science and society in very real ways. So what we're going to do, so this was just my very, very brief introduction to the theme and to what we're going to do today. And so what we're going to do during these 3 hours that we have, we're first going to have a quick sort of fot I bakken, as it's called in Norwegian, sort of taking stock of where are we now. And so partly, many of you have been answering the survey that we sent out, and they were trying to map out the fair open education landscape and also the research landscape. And I heard that the survey crashed for a number of you yesterday. I'm sorry about that, but those of you for whom it crashed will be getting an email and an opportunity to answer the survey anyway. Survey Exact, this tool that we use, has many features, and one of them is that it crashes occasionally. And other people also had problems with it yesterday. Sorry about that. We will now have a short session. So the mapping thing is already done. We will have a short session where we share experiences in open science education, and you will do this in groups. And then there will be some case studies. And there are some really nice, we have a really nice lineup of people who will be presenting these short case studies for us. We'll have a short discussion, and then we will have the last session of the day where we will be, or of the workshop, where we'll be talking more about the future. And so then we'll challenge you to make we have seen all these figures of the open science landscape, and we'll challenge you to make that figure from an educational perspective. So you can start spinning about that. Yeah, before we go into the detailed instructions about the workshop, I just wanted to have sort of a full disclosure. I did the same thing last year, so I just wanted to show. So these are my master's students through the years, and I just wanted to show you that things. There are some things that are rotten also in my kingdom, and so I started just to color these by seeing sort of how many of these people's data are actually sort of fair, open, and accessible to the world. How many of them could be salvaged, and how many of them are likely lost. And so there are quite a lot also in my world. There's quite a lot of really quite nice data, which I wish we could have shared with the world in a better way than we are doing. But it gives some hope here also, because this is also chronologically ordered from old to new, and there's a lot more red in the old world than there is now. So this sort of gives some hope, and I'm hoping that we can manage to color some more of these green. But anyway, so when we share experiences, you don't only have to share your successes, you can also share your failures. We all have them. So the instructions for the group work, and there I think Liz needs to help me.
Sorry, laugh. Okay, so hopefully this works well. This is new to all of us. What you will need to do is you need to go to the Zoom meeting, which is linked in the Slack and by the email that you got last night. And from there, you will be allocated into a breakout group. Take note of the name of your breakout group, because the name of your breakout group is in one of the little pinned messages or pinned threads on Slack. So in there are the instructions for your group and where you'll report things for your group. So this first round is to introduce yourself to the rest of the group and to share your experiences in fair and open science practices that you've had during your education. And we're reporting back in a Google form. Please write down your answers briefly in that. You can input as many answers as you want on the same form, or as many answers, fill out as many forms as you want through in your group, and we'll put it up soon on an interactive word cloud. And hopefully that will work as well. Please be back in this room at 9:30. That's correct, isn't it? 9:30, so we can start the presentations from the invited speakers. And yes.
So, Liz,
yeah.
to be fair, it's only the virtual people that need to join the Zoom link.
Yes.
The physical people obviously are here,
Yeah.
so they don't need to be on
I was
Zoom.
just about to address the people in the room. Yes. So, yes, and let us know on the chat if things are not working, or if things are working, give us a thumbs up. Great, we'll talk to you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, and for those who are in the room, we have, yeah, go.
I don't know what's going on. So, who is organising the in-room people?
Yeah, there's a list. So, so I think groups 1, 2, 3, and 4 should be here. So you will know on that email, right, what number you're in. Or do we just just randomize them? Okay, we're so well organized.
Yeah, self-allocating in this room.
Yeah. Self-allocating. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is one group in Rødreven, which is
directly across here.
10 meters in that
Yeah.
direction.
yeah up to 10 people. So I suggest that people just stand up and the 10 first people go there. 1, 2, 3. Great.
Yay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's great. When they have left us,
Yes.
left the premises, then the next group goes to Tops. Okay, everybody, we're back. And your discussion is being summarized here every 75 seconds. So everything that's been put into the Google Docs are coming up here. So we can see that we do have some shared understanding. So what's been going, we have been discussing the same things in the different groups, but also with a lot of other smaller words. So thanks for that. We're not going to go into details of that, but we will be using what you have put into the forums to summarize this workshop. So now we're going into these we have shared some experience, hopefully, in all the different groups, and we'll go into these case studies where we'll have some experiences shared with us. And so I need to stop this, although it's, of course, very, very entertaining. We will have to stop this. Then we stop sharing this one. And so our first presentation now is Hannah Fraser from the University of Melbourne. And I believe she's with us. But this is a recorded presentation, right? Because in her part of the known universe, it's not quite the middle of the morning. And so she felt that having a pre-recorded, she'll be here to answer the questions. Are you here, Hannah?
On Slack, she will be.
She's on here on Slack, so she will be answering the questions, but the talk is pre-recorded. So without further ado, I will welcome her to present and then run this.
Hi, I'm Hannah Fraser and I'm joining you from Melbourne, Australia to tell you a bit about question.
How do we share? Sorry. There are too many computers here now.
Yeah. Do we need to drag this into the main window?
Help.
Maybe. Does that need to be dragged into sharing window? Yes.
Ah.
That's really hard to see. And then press.
And then, yeah.
Tell you a bit about questionable research practices, replication studies, and how these relate to teaching in ecology. It's nighttime in Australia at the moment, so I'm pre-recording this, but I'm going to be online to answer questions on Slack as well, so please feel free to drop me a line. Starting off with questionable research practices. A little while ago, researchers in psychology identified a number of practices that are associated with low replication rates. So if you repeat a study that had been conducted originally with some of these practices, you're less likely to find the same result as they did. Now, I wanted to ask ecologists about whether they engage in these practices as well, because we currently don't have a very strong idea about how reliable the ecology literature is. So if you repeated any given study in ecology, how likely you would be to find the same result. So I asked ecologists and evolutionary biologists whether they'd engaged in each of these practices at least once, and the same questions were asked in education and in psychology. So we've got a nice cross-disciplinary comparison here. And the main takeaway I want you to get from this table is that across all of these different questionable research practices, the rates are very similar between fields. So if these practices are driving a problem with replication in psychology.
Okay, we have a small problem. It's not, it's not changing.
In Australia to tell you a bit about questionable research practices, replication studies, and how these relate to teaching in ecology. It's nighttime in Australia at the moment, so I'm pre-recording this, but I'm going to be online to answer questions on Slack as well, so please feel free to drop me a line. Starting off with questionable research practices. A little while ago, researchers in psychology identified a number of practices that are associated with low replication rates. So if you repeat a study that had been conducted originally with some of these practices, you're less likely to find the same result as they did. Now, I wanted to ask ecologists about whether they engage in these practices as well, because we currently don't have a very strong idea about how reliable the ecology literature is. So if you repeated any given study in ecology, how likely you would be to find the same result. So I asked ecologists and evolutionary biologists, whether they'd engaged in each of these practices at least once, and the same questions were asked in education and in psychology. So we've got a nice cross-disciplinary comparison here. And the main takeaway I want you to get from this table is that across all of these different questionable research practices, the rates are very similar between fields. So if these practices are driving a problem with replication in psychology, they're probably also driving a problem with replication in education, in ecology, in evolutionary biology. There are a number of practices up here, but I'm going to zoom in on cherry picking today because I think that's one of the big ones for ecology and evolution, and one that we can really have a meaningful impact on through teaching. Cherry picking is selectively reporting the parts of the study that showed statistically significant or otherwise noteworthy results, and hiding those sections that seem boring or didn't turn out the way you'd hoped they would. It's questionable because it increases the false positive rate. Say I conducted one study and I'm using a p-value hypothesis test. It's got a 5% chance of finding a statistically significant result, even if there is not a true ecological signal. If I then conduct another 50 tests, that increases the chances that I will find at least one statistically significant result. And if then I hide all of the tests I did that didn't find statistically significant results, it is making my research look more certain than warranted and increases the false positive rate in the literature. So when we're looking at how many ecologists and evolutionary biologists said that they'd engaged in these three practices at least once, so that's omitting non-significant studies or variables, omitting non-significant covariates, and omitting analyses. So that's when you do analysis and then it doesn't turn out how you want. So you do a completely different analysis and only report the second one. So we're ranging from about 43% to 65-ish%. And that's quite a lot, I think, but it seems like an underestimate to me because lots of us are collecting data that looks like this. This is some stuff that I collected during my master's. So I was looking at the relationship between woodland bird occurrence and vegetation structure and components in Victorian woodlands. So I was collecting all of these variables, and you can see that these are the vegetation variables I was collecting at the site, and there's 30 on this sheet, plus all of the bird species, and there's 112 of those, which I could select representative species from or combine together into an index in multiple different ways. Plus, I can transform a lot of these variables in different ways. I might want to log transform some. I might want to not log transform things that should be log transformed. And then I could also get almost unlimited number of environmental variables from the web that might also have explanatory power over this. So there's so much that I could do. And before I collected this data, I didn't have a very clear idea of how I wanted to analyze it. So I tried to do it in a whole lot of different ways, ended up reporting the things that work the best. And I have a feeling that this is a lot of how ecology works. When there's so much freedom over what you can do, you do a whole lot of things and then you can't really report them all, and you end up in a world where you're cherry picking. But you didn't really set out to do that to start with. It's just sort of inadvertently part of the research flow that you have come to expect to do. So some teaching solutions for this might be to incorporate pre-registration into teaching for undergraduates. You could do this by having two-phase assignments, where in the first phase you get them to pre-register a data collection and analysis plan. So that's just writing out an analysis and data collection plan in detail before you have access to the data or before you go out to collect the data. You could mark that, and then you could get them to submit a final report and look at how differently things turned out than they pre-registered and how those two documents relate to each other as part of your marking. When we're talking about graduate students, you could insist on a solid research and analysis plan prior to data collection, or if your student is working with pre-existing data, prior to them accessing the data. And you would need to assist with this because it's tricky, particularly for students, to work out how an analysis should go without seeing the data. So they would need a bit more hand-holding than usual, I think, with this step. Then ideally, you would get them to pre-register this plan, maybe publicly on a place like the OSF, or they could just pre-register it with you. And you could keep this in a safe place and timestamp it so that you know to check back on it when they're finishing up their thesis or the paper that's arising from their work, so that you can ensure that they include and discuss the original plan in the paper, even if it doesn't turn out as it's planned. I'm not saying that that's the only thing they're allowed to do, but I am saying that it's best if in this kind of workflow, you do still present the original plan that you had gone out to do, even if it didn't pan out, and then also alongside it present the other analyses you do, just being clear about which part was the original plan and which part was added on as exploratory work. Moving on to replication studies. I'm not going to dwell too much about this because you're probably all over it already, but I've just compiled the replication rates across different disciplines. These are from large-scale replication projects. And you can see that depending on the field, we're ranging from a 6% replication rate, so repeating the study in exactly the same context will get the same result 6% of the time. That's in genetics, and then 78% in experimental philosophy. So it's a super large range, and we're not sure where ecology fits into this because there haven't been any systematic large-scale replication projects conducted in ecology yet. Clint Kelly has done a little bit of work in this space, so he's looking at how many studies that exist in the literature are replication studies outside of this idea of doing a large-scale replication project. So he found that 0.023% of studies in ecology identify themselves as replications, and that when you look through studies in depth and go to try and classify them as replications or not replications by hand, you see the results below. So when we're talking direct or exact replications, that's sort of what was shown in that previous table. Things where you repeat the study as closely as possible to the original, and he didn't find any of these essentially. When we're talking about conceptual replication, that's when you take different elements of the study and tweak them a little bit, and it can tell you a little bit about direct reliability of the result and a little bit about generalizability. We're looking at about 25 to 35% of studies that Clint looked at qualified as conceptual replications. And then we've got quasi-replication. So this is when you take a similar idea or approach from one species and translate it into another species. And the remainder of studies got allocated into this category. The thing is here that obviously it's hard to do a direct replication in ecology and evolution because so much is changing. Even if you did something in the same location, it would be different potentially in another year, which makes it really hard. The thing about direct replications is that you can identify much more clearly what's causing a difference between the original and the replication study. You know that it's to do with sampling error, QRPs, or fraud, or mistakes, I should say, and fraud. The more things you change from the original study, the less sure you can be that it's driven by, that any difference is driven by those things and not driven by whatever thing you've changed. So the fact that 25-ish% of studies are conceptual replications is actually quite a complicated category, which might be different in more or less ways from the original. It's tricky to get a direct replication, but I think that it is much more achievable to be able to get replications that are closer up towards this top of this table, where a lot of the things are kept very similar and only altered in ways that shouldn't be expected to be different from the original study. So in terms of a teaching solution to try and get at this problem that there aren't very many replications in ecology, so we don't know how reliable studies are, I should say, and also at the same time provide useful teaching outcomes, there is a project in psychology called the Collaborative Replications in Education Project. And their goal is to conduct replication studies as part of the undergraduate syllabus. It's tricky, again, with ecology when we're talking about direct replications because, as I said, they're difficult to repeat exactly. And also, most studies have a massive scope, much longer data collection times, and the logistics just aren't compatible with conducting studies as part of an undergraduate degree. But what might be possible is doing replications with pre-existing data. So finding some data from a study that was collected in a similar way, in a similar context, that you could reanalyze using the methods from the study you're interested in. So for example, if I had a study on the effects of runoff on coral bleaching in the Great Barrier Reef, I might find another study that looked at coral bleaching in a different, runoff on coral bleaching in a different part of the world and see if applying the protocols from the original article, the analysis protocols, would find a similar result. And that's the kind of thing that I think would be really achievable in an undergraduate, and it could be really good for teaching about the need for thorough reporting, because invariably when you start looking at any of these articles in detail, you find that a lot of the details you need to actually redo the study are missing. It can tell you about critically evaluating study design, and it can potentially produce a publication that can be really helpful towards these budding researchers' careers. So that's all I've got for you today. And I'd like to give some special thanks to Tim Parker for sharing his thoughts on open science teaching for me. And any questions?
Thank you so much for a very, very interesting talk, Anna. And we'll actually it's on, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll just, without further ado, we'll just go to the next speaker now, which is Rob Sogaro Gomez from Oxford. And he should be...
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And now...
And can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Well, let me start by congratulating the team who has put together this colloquium, because I was attending it virtually here from Oxford yesterday as well as today, and I've learned a lot, and that's what one hopes to get out of an event like this. So thank you as well to Liz Love for the very kind invitation. So as it's been mentioned just now, my name is Rob. I'm based in Oxford. I've been an associate professor in ecology here for 2 years, and I am a population ecologist and a demographer by training. My dream is to be able to archive the demographic information of, yes, not just mammals and birds, as you can see in this depiction of Noah's Ark, but truly across the tree of life. And I see great potential in order to be able to use this information for teaching and learning. The take-home message of what I want to show with you guys today is that ecology is finally coming to the point where we can all play with each other's data, and the interoperability that emerges from these synergies really provides us with the unparalleled and unprecedented power to address questions that we simply couldn't before. A couple of years ago, my wife and I went to Japan, and we were stricken by this image that I'm taking the liberty of sharing with you. In it, you can see some individuals in groups, not necessarily talking to each other, but looking at their phones. I'm going to leave it with you guys to think about what exactly is going on in that photo. I'm going to come back to that later. One of my ecological heroes, E.O. Wilson, has very famously said that we're losing species at a much greater rate than we get to know them, we get to understand them, we get to protect them. As a consequence of this, there's been the emergence of very many open access databases that try to archive and make information subsequently available for the taxonomy, the conservation status, the genes, etc., etc. However, up until recently, there's been a gap in terms of the demographic knowledge of species. And this is important because it is precisely the rates of survival, development, and reproduction that make the Amur leopard be extremely endangered, whereas the high success through high investments in survival, development, and reproduction, again, make the cheatgrass species, Bromus tectorum, be a really aggressive invader in the US. So understanding the demographic rates of natural populations really position us in a right place to be able to carry out management conservation in a successful way, among other applications. Luckily, population ecologists are not new to this topic. And so we have been going out to the fields, and we've been tracking information about lions and dandelions. We've been tracking information about orchids. We've been tracking information, oops, that just jumped over. We've been tracking information about a lot of different species. And unfortunately, up until recently, that information remained in a siloed. Most of the demographic information that we had obtained pertain to mammals and to birds and to some other tetrapods. And it's been one of the main missions in my academic career to try to archive information in other taxonomic corners of the universe. Luckily, matrix population models have come to the rescue. So in a matrix population model or stage structure population model, folks go out to the field. In this case, you can see a photo of me during my PhD, collect data on rates of survival, growth, and reproduction, archive it, and build a summary statistic from which we can then go on and obtain information about population growth rates, responses to disturbances, and many other really useful, biologically meaningful metrics of population performance. As a consequence of how popular these matrix population models have become in the last decades, they've really exploited in the peer-reviewed literature. Here you can see two graphs that show the cumulative number of plant studies on the top and animal studies on the bottom, showing matrix population models. This is the contribution that in my group, the Salgo team at Oxford, we've been making to this gap that E.O. Wilson has identified. We have made two databases called Compadre for plants and Compadre for animals that archive hundreds and hundreds of NPMs or matrix population models. And with the help of one of my PhD students, Sam Levin, we're doing the same thing for other kinds of matrix models called integral projection models. And that database will become available very soon. So stay tuned for that. Compadre and Compadre became fully open access quite a few years ago now. Time flies, doesn't it? With the respective publications that you can see there. The ways in which the information in Compadre work is you guys go out to the field, or me, myself as well, of course. We do the field work, the analysis, and the publication. We've got set up a series of online automatic searches with keywords. This information then is curated, complemented, and once the embargoes that authors might wish to impose on those data have elapsed and agreed upon, they make their way out to the real world. This is our website. Let me show you for a second. So this is the main portal of Compadre. Hopefully you can see the numbers going up. So you can see that for plants, we currently have got 762 species with over close to 900 matrix population models around the globe, and 415 animal species with over 2,200. This is a world map that represents for each point the demographic information that we have archived. So as you perhaps might have suspected, the GDP of the country is a really good predictor about the information that we have for the natural populations in that country. You can see, for instance, that we've got quite a few data points here in Europe. Here's Norway. Norway could do a bit better, so I'm very keen on collaborations there, by the way. But just so that you have an idea, for instance, this point here corresponds to a Bristol population of the common fox, Vulpes vulpes. You've got here in Norway, you've got other populations of plant species. The important thing about these databases is that they're truly open access. So you can go to download Compadre, for instance, in the case of animals, scroll down, download, agree, and open that R data object in R. If you just type in Compadre $maths, you can obtain what's pretty much the equivalent to a overdose of demographic information. There's a lot of more information in Compadre and Compadre that I won't have the time to discuss with you today, but I encourage you guys to take a look at it. Importantly, we do have a lot of resources available. We've got a user guide in an effort to be able to be as transparent as possible and to help the users who use it. We have got also a link to an R package that we have developed that whose main utility is to be able to maneuver and to manage the information in Compadre and in Compadre in as fast and as an efficient way as possible. We also have got information and a Shiny Pop app actually developed by a colleague of mine called Ian Stotts, where you can use this for teaching purposes as we are discussing today. So here you have your drug of choice. You can choose plants or you can choose animals. There's a lot of different species here that you can choose from. So I'm going to choose this one, the desert tortoise. And then there's various matrices available to this desert tortoise. And we can see some basic information about the taxonomy, the ecoregion, where it's coming from, and other information about when it was collected and under what conditions. This is your matrix population model that contains rates of stasis, development, and reproduction. And we can also obtain some really useful information about life history traits, estimates of population performance, and questions related to perturbation analysis. What will happen to the population if we perturb it, perhaps through a drought, for instance, in different ways? So this is a tool that we've been developing within the compadre and comadre team and that we see has great value for teaching. We also have got a GitHub page. And this GitHub page has become a little bit of the heart of this enterprise. I'm not going to spend the time walking through all of the different materials here, but I do want to attract your attention to this folder called Workshop. We have given workshops in over 50 countries in 3 different languages, English, Spanish, and German. And some of these materials have made them into R Markdown and PDFs with a really clear and concise guideline that helps users from undergraduate all the way to researchers to use demographic models to address some really interesting questions in ecology, evolution, and conservation biology. So we've used these databases for a number of research documentations and research investigations, but we do really see a great potential to use this data to address teaching and engagement with some of the curriculum that we've discussed before. As I mentioned before, we've run over 50 workshops in 3 different languages, and compadre and comadre are now officially part of the curriculum, not just here in Oxford, where we teach population modeling and population ecology at the intro and at advanced levels, but also in other universities, including University of Hawaii, Connecticut, Stanford, and Southern Denmark University. If you're interested in using this resource at your own institution, please do get back in contact with me. Ultimately, the dream would be to go back to Japan and to take advantage of that potential that it is technology. We would love to be able to interact with users, students, and normal citizens alike, to be able to offer as much information as possible about the biodiversity that surrounds us all. So the dream is to be able to connect all of these resources in a way that connects with the citizens, with the students, and with the research community. Thank you very much.
Hello? Now it works. Okay. Yeah, it's just yeah. Apologies for that. Thank you, Rob, for a very nice presentation. And if you hang around for just the next two little talks, then we'll have this panel discussion. And in
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the meantime, on the Slack, there are specific questions coming up for the different speakers. So if you watch that, that's also very nice. So now we've been looking at sort of the bigger picture of sort of reproducibility in science and all these how data might or might not actually be reported and what to do with that. We've been looking at how students can interact with existing research data, and so now we're moving a little bit into the field and actual data collection side of things. So Aud Halbritter and Tanja Strøndam are the next speakers. And there looks like there is a presentation coming up. So yes, please.
Okay, there we go. I managed to share my screen, but not find the unmute button. So there we go. Technical difficulty number 1 of the day. Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me and also see my screen.
But we are
right, so
yeah. So
sorry?
So Tanja, we are actually seeing your
Yeah.
your notes and the slides as they come. So I think you want to show us another page so we can see the big slide.
I did ask her to look at the other screen, but it clearly wasn't very happy with me. There we go. I did send it to the screen. Okay. Now we can see it, but it's all semi-cut off as well, which is annoying. Let me just quickly restart this. This morning, everything worked fine, which is what one would come to expect. And it switched it again, right?
Yeah, now we're back to the shared pages. We're back to the note pages.
Spoiling all the surprises here.
Okay.
Okay, let's go re-switch. And then if I go back, no, but it's still cutting it off. Wait, maybe if I minimize the screen, sorry. Intro. Okay, I'm going to stop my screen share and just start that again. I think that's maybe the better plan.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
Right, screen share. And then...
Meanwhile, I can tell you that she's
Yeah,
speaking to us from
that
South
screen.
Africa. So we have the globe well represented here.
Yes. Okay, now that should be working.
Excellent, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, with that delay, let's get going. I think maybe just to get some administrative things out the way, as you'll notice, there are 111 people that have sort of been involved and responsible with regards to the plant functional traits courses. But don't worry, you're only hearing from myself and Erd today, not all of us. So it's a little bit shorter. And we'll specifically be talking about sort of how the courses have incorporated teaching fair and open sciences throughout the years. The reason there's two of us speaking is to kind of give you a bit of a two-pronged approach. So I'll start with the student perspective as a recent participant and sort of just highlight how the course works and what I've learned or what I took home with me. And then Ed will follow up sort of more from the course development side of things. So how and why these certain elements were incorporated into the courses. So to start off with, as most of you already saw, my expectations for the course, which I think mirrors most students, are quite simple. Go in, learn some new theory, some new skills, maybe make some new friends along the way. But as we all know, you should always leave room for extras. And I think ultimately I came home with a lot of extras, and most of those extras were sort of related to open science. And I think it really helps that it's from the get-go really part of the course. So even to start off with, when we're learning new theory, we're also learning about things like reproducibility and the importance of data documentation. And it's actually made explicitly clear that it's sort of an expected course output that we'll be working on, documenting our data throughout the course. And then moving on to the field side of things, yes, we're out in the field collecting cool data, but it's also within this framework called the traits wheel, which is in place to make sure that the data are collected in a very standardized manner. One of the important characters is Yoda, who Ode will be talking about a bit later, and he makes sure that we're doing things correctly and checks up on us. Following on this, there's also a lot of workshops after the fieldwork, which focuses on the reproducibility side of things. And this includes working with R, specifically within the tidyverse, but then also the idea of code sharing via GitHub. And all the while, we're also utilizing this as we're working on our smaller subgroup projects. So the idea is that, each group has its own GitHub repo that we're sharing things on. And of course, we're also furiously working on the data documentation side of things. And I think this sort of ultimately, sets you up when you start looking at the bigger picture. And that can even just be the bigger picture within context of the course. So the course puts a lot of emphasis on working in a sort of collaborative environment. And you sort of realize that, if we want to collaborate effectively and efficiently, it really helps to have these sort of open workflows in place, but also to be in a space that encourages or I guess you could say enforces in the nicest way possible to work in a manner that is, open, transparent, and fair. And sort of working in this sort of microcosm of what science can be, I think really helps you as a young researcher sort of contextualize and understand how science fits together. And, all these boxes you're taking home, how I can stack them and fit them together more effectively. And the fact that it really helps when you've got some friends to help you with the packing, but also not just to help you doing the actual science, but also to hold your hand. I think, as we discussed yesterday, it can be quite scary the first time you push your code to GitHub and you think, oh my goodness, it looks like a toddler wrote this. And to have, instructors standing over your shoulder while you go and commit for the first time does make it a little bit less scary. And it also means you probably end up looking at them with stars in your eyes and you think that they are just amazing. But yeah, I mean, why do I think this works as a teaching and learning experience? So, as I said, I end up going home with a lot of boxes after being in Peru. I didn't get charged overweight, which is quite nice. But I think the big thing is also understanding that open science is a part of all of these boxes. In the real sense of we're working with learning about systematic data collection and documentation. And that's sort of present throughout the whole process. It has to do with when we're collecting the data, when we sharing the data, we need the skills to do that, and obviously, ultimately documenting the data. And, this whole idea of learning by doing. So, as I said, we're actively working with this in our group projects. There's also someone sort of holding your hand, making it a little bit more digestible and sort of a bit less scary. I think ultimately it's also being part of this bigger community. And I think seeing, yes, that, it's easier to collaborate when you've got these open workflows in place, but it's also a lot easier when you're in a community that also supports you and encourages, that idea of open science. So I think ultimately I went away with a lot of boxes, but also a lot of boxes that are sort of colored by open science. And with that, I'm going to try and hand over to Erd with minimal. Let me see.
How can it come to, and I need like the presentation. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Tanya, for the first part of the talk. And I'm gonna continue here. So of course Tanya was forced to and paid to like give a very shiny picture of what the course, of the experience of the course. I'm just joking here. But of course this is not how we started. We've had 5 iterations of this course now. And in the beginning, we had really not much of an idea what open science was and what fair data was, what reproducibility meant. And over time, we have added little elements of open science into the course. We've had a really, really steep learning curve. And some of the elements we added because we had to, you will see in a minute. And then we got really excited about the whole idea of open science, and so it just became more and more. So I'm starting with some examples about systematic data collection. So I started to use, or basically in the course, it's a field course where we collect plant trait data. So we have these envelopes where we have all the samples, for each sample an envelope, and they were handwritten and with a lot of text, and it was unreadable, and that caused a lot of problems in the data later. So what we do now is we print these stickers that help the person that is collecting the data to keep track of all the information that needs to be on the envelope. It's more readable, and we also added these barcodes to each sample, and so basically nobody ever has to type in the sample ID anymore. So you just beep the envelope, and that's also, of course, also a lot of fun for the students, and it increases, has increased the quality of the data a lot. If you're interested in how we do this,
make these barcodes, so all the code that we use for the course is available on GitHub. So just follow this link. Another example is the scanning process. So the leaves are scanned to then calculate the leaf area from the scans. And because we are quite a diverse group of students, and they come with their laptops from different countries, and they have different settings and operating systems, all of these caused a lot of problems. And here is just a picture of some raw data from one of the first courses. And what we expected here was a linear relationship between leaf area and dry mass, and clearly there are some problems in the data here. And so we realized that we need something, a system that actually controls the scanning process better. So what we do now is we have these little Raspberry Pis that control the whole scanning process. And then here is Yoda again. So there is a button that you can push, and then Yoda, like a little script, starts that checks all the scans that you have done so far. So it controls that the resolution of all the pictures is right, and the ID of the sample is correct, and so on. And if something goes wrong, then a big red screen pops up and tells you what has gone wrong. So you can go back and fix it. Again, the whole script to set up the Raspberry Pis is on GitHub, if anybody's interested. Then the plant functional trait course is not a standard field course, but it is embedded in a real research context. And this is very motivating for the students because they know that the data that they are collecting is actually going somewhere and it is not ending up in a dusty drawer somewhere. But the course is not an open science course, but little elements of open science practice and data handling into the course. And so the students learn these practices by actually doing them. So for example, they learn to collaborate on code via GitHub. We teach them best data handling practice, as far as we know. As you've already heard, data documentation is really important to us, and but it has also undergone like a evolution, kind of. So after the first course, the students wrote a little report about their results. The report was very bad because the students were not very motivated to write a report like after the course was finished. And so we decided we need something else. So then we started to have these large README files that document every step of the data collection and everything that was not done according to protocols, like all deviations and so on. So basically they wrote the whole method chapter of a paper. And that was much better. And what we do now, the practice that we are moving towards, is that for every course we want to produce a data paper. I think it was mentioned a couple of times yesterday. So basically we want to publish the raw data, the code that is needed to clean all the data, and then a clean version of the data, together with a paper that describes the data in a basic way. And also we let all the students be part of this process, because we think it's important that they can also see, be part of this and see how a paper is published. And then to come to the last point, we believe very strongly that science is a community effort where collaboration should be possible across levels, so not only among professors and researchers. And in these courses, we go to different places in the world, and we kind of have local students from these areas. So we are quite a diverse group of people, which is also a benefit, because then a lot of different skills and backgrounds come together and kind of produce a better research output. And so to do that, we make the data accessible, documented properly, and then we facilitate this collaborative environment. And we do this by several things. So for example, we have these data sharing agreements that everybody has to sign before the course. And this just makes sure that people know that they are when they collect data, they are data owners. So it defines all the rights and the obligations if you want to be part of this course and the whole project. This is something rather new, but we have a webpage now. Within this webpage, there is an alumni network, so where all the students from all the courses have access to with more information for them. And then we also have this manuscript registration, proposal registration thing. So everybody that wants to publish or make something with the data, they have to register their ideas there, and then it's assessed and accepted or not. And this also gives everybody like a great overview over all the projects people are working on, and it makes it easier to collaborate with people because you can't just contact them and ask them to be part of something. And a couple of cool things have already come out of these courses. So that's our first paper that a student actually led himself. So that was from the second course in China. Now we have, from the last course, we also have 4 students that were key in like leading 2 publications that are still under review. And I guess today I'm giving a presentation together with one of the students, so that's I think a new thing in the list of things we can add. And so to conclude, I just want to say 3 things. We spend a lot less time to curate the data from these courses because of this standardized way of collecting and checking the data. The educational and the scientific quality of the courses has increased a lot. And this is because we've added a lot of these open science elements into the courses. And then kind of the learning outcome from the students, the boxes that they take home has really increased over time, and I think that's a really good thing. So I let people taking pictures. So with this, I would like to thank all of you to listen to my talk and all the people that have been involved in the courses over time. Thank you.
Thank you to Aud and Tanja. And again, we're moving quickly to the next talk before we have our panel. So this one is, so now we have sort of been in the field, and now we're going back into the safe space of R coding. And Luis Areguita from the University Nacional of Mexico is here somewhere. I think we can see Luis over there, and I'm hoping that his talk will magically appear.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hopefully you can hear me and you can see my screen.
Perfect, Luis. Now we can see you. And here comes your talk. Thank you. Just go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just go full screen. All right. I'll get started because I don't want to go over time. And today I'll be talking about teaching open science through blogging, and in particular through our blogging, I guess. I'm Luis. I'm a mammalogist and a macroecologist. Nowadays, I'm also working as a consulting data scientist for healthcare startup in Mexico. And in keeping with the topic of this colloquium and in general, I want to talk about moving towards more transparency in ecological research. And as we all know, ecology is multidisciplinary. We need to work in multiple fields, and at the same time, we need to make sure that whatever we do is open and reproducible. In this two-dimensional space, which goes, I guess, from novice to expert, we'd ideally like to be somewhere up near the top right portion of the plot. You know, be good ecologists with decent open science knowledge, but in reality, ecologists may be all over this spectrum. But we can all learn more and we can get better at doing open science. And just like our knowledge on open science can vary, there's also a pretty broad gradient of openness and reproducibility for our outputs, for our projects, our papers. And to move towards more open research, we need to learn somewhere. So this is looking pretty broad, but we can be more specific about what we want to learn to become better open scientists. For example, these are a few things that can help define, I guess, a competent practitioner of open science. For example, being familiar with the jargon and being able to get things done. We need to be aware of software licenses, copyright issues, open access, the different protocols, where and how to archive our data, how to make our code reproducible, and so on. This is a lot of content, which again, we must learn somewhere. And open science is not something that is taught explicitly or holistically, at least in my case. But interest in open science is growing, and we all need to learn somewhere. And we can learn in a number of ways and through different training methods. And today, of all the different modes of delivery, I'll focus on online content. And within the learning materials that can be put online, I'll focus on blogging and blog posts and their role in teaching open science. So blogs or weblogs, they are a very flexible online medium where we can publish entries on various topics. And although it's not defined here, blogs can also be run by an organization or shared by multiple contributors and not just a single individual. I particularly like blogs because of their flexibility and the broad role they can play in teaching. This is from a blog itself. It's a post by Greg Wilson describing different types of documentation and suitable teaching material that can be used for either guided or self-directed learning. And I guess blogs can typically fall into any of these categories. And well, this is a very simplified scheme of how blogs can fit into learning and teaching open science concepts and methods. As an educator or a blogger, first we need to learn enough about a topic to explain it. So then this goes online for others to learn from. And usually this process is asynchronous. So for the most part, we might not know, or we might never know when someone will read a post. But thankfully, there is also potential for getting feedback from readers, which can help correct any issues or improve the content, or maybe blogging itself might be a teaching activity that students are meant to do, although I won't be talking about that today. So just as an example, Living Norway has its own blog. I was looking at it throughout the past week. It has the usual mix of content that includes little guides and tutorials, news announcements, updates. I was just going through it for fun, and in this particular post that I show here, I learned about the Living Norway R package, which, looking into it, will actually help me when I'm setting up files and folders for whenever I start my next big project. And well, I'm talking about blogging because I have a personal research page. It's pretty rudimentary, but in this one, I write about new publications when I have any, but also I try to post at least one overview guide or tutorial each month. And I've been doing this since 2015. Some of these posts are related to my work in ecology. Others are just for fun or as a way to make me understand something better and to have a clear, reproducible version of something R-related, saved and in full view of the public. So I usually write about using R to work with data from video games, sports, mammals, pets, and solve specific problems, usually. I'm not very prolific, and my page is not popular by any means. But just looking at basic analytics, it seems to receive, on average, about 2,000 visitors each month for the past few years. As a quick example of how blog posts can help others and ultimately permeate into more formal resources, in 2016, I believe, I wrote a brief post about good practices when we're sharing spreadsheets with colleagues or with journals in general. It was nothing groundbreaking, but over time, this informal blog post got quoted and it sort of got assimilated into more serious teaching resources, some of them for reproducible science and for open science. And also they got into the recommendations for data sharing guidelines used in a publishing group that publishes ecology and biodiversity journals. I saw this tweet a few hours ago, actually, and I wanted to include it in my presentation because even though it's not strictly related to ecology, I wanted to show it because it recognizes the value of blog posts as learning materials. And even though many of the blog posts that I write get very little attention based on my personal experience and from the findings of professional educators, I want to share some key points that can make blog posts into effective teaching tools. So in the case of many programming blogs, without knowing, they are self-contained examples of open science, because if we want others to follow along, we need to make sure that things work, that they're reproducible, and that our readers won't get lost when they're trying to follow along. Many of these points come from a recent presentation by Alison Presnains-Hill from our studio. The link is at the bottom. And in general, she suggests breaking things up into digestible chunks, laying them out in the right order, and to always provide prompts for the reader to learn more if they're interested in the topic, what to learn next, what to do afterwards. So I guess many of us, when we blog about things related to open science, we may do one or more or all of these key points to have a good, engaging, useful post that will actually teach someone more about open science. And also the brevity and informal tone of blogs can help break down cultural or psychological barriers that people might have about open science practices. A former boss of mine once came to me asking for help about how to put data in a repository, simply because he had seen a blog post saying that if you archive your data permanently, you might get more citations. So that's slowly breaking down these barriers. And this is important today because I believe that at this point, the technical or technological barriers to open science are lower than they've ever been. So it's more important to help change attitudes. And brief, sort of concise, relatable blog posts might point interested readers toward the resources they need to do more open science. So to wrap up, blogs, in my opinion, can be effective education tools that help both educators and learners develop their self-directed learning skills. This is even better when there is interaction and two-way communication between readers and bloggers. And in this case, feedback is especially important because in general, it tends to lead to a positive experience. Throughout the years, I don't get that much feedback, but when I do, it's quite rewarding and motivating. And in terms of open science, I've had many people email me and they tell me that, for example, some silly post I did on PCA with R helped them with their own data, and that they will use open source software instead of proprietary software from then on. Or maybe people telling me that a particular post on good practices help people find either the confidence or the motivation to share their own code when they're writing or publishing papers. So I guess that's also a good way to influence science. Which in general is why I want to end this talk by asking everyone to provide more feedback when they find something useful. Or if someone's interested, start their own blog and see what happens. So feel free to contact me with any questions. And I want to thank Liz and all the organizers of this pretty cool event for having me here.
Thank you very much, Louise. And I think your last slide summed up very, very nicely my main impression from this whole session, which is that when we talk about teaching or how to implement open practices in teaching and learning, then it also sort of almost automatically becomes important to think about how do we communicate and how do we make the course content and the learning content also open and accessible. So not only blogging, but making the blogs accessible and also communicating over them. Now we have an interesting exercise here, which we also haven't tried before, which is that we want to have a mini panel with the different speakers, of which we have 3 continents represented. So I'm wondering if our people on the technical back room can somehow help us to get, they're laughing back there now, so obviously they can, to try and get the people here. But Aud, you are actually physically present, so you can answer all the questions. So I think I'll start asking questions and see if we can at least get the sound of the speakers. Yeah, if Tanya, if all the speakers put on their videos, that's a very good starting point. Yes, there we have Tanya.
Oh, can you see us?
Yes, we can see you. What about Hanna? She's just on Slack. Okay, so then somebody has to. Can you be her voice, maybe? She said something. We're making this up as we go. So the first question, though, that I would like to ask each of you to reflect over is this question of barriers, because you've all been presenting some pretty amazing and impressive stuff. And some of you talked about how it can be a barrier to students to actually, or in the Slack, there's been questions about how can it be a barrier for students to actually dare to come forward with their ideas for a pre-registration, for example, or how it can be scarier for students to commit their code and so on and so forth. So my first question here is sort of, with the stuff that you have been presenting, how do we work to get the barriers down so that it's not so scary? Does anybody want to start?
Okay, could I start? Maybe.
Yes,
Should I start as a student that finds everything very scary and intimidating? Well, I think the big thing is if it's done in sort of a classroom environment, it's always perceived as quite low risk, if that makes sense. Especially like if I have to, let's say, do a pseudo pre-registration to just my lecturer or my supervisor, it's sort of in-house and maybe a little bit less scary. And even if you take it to like the context of in a field course, like you can sort of lie to yourself in a way and think, okay, well, it's just within the field course environments and so on. So it feels like a slightly more controlled environment if you're in a sort of a classroom setting versus like you're doing your thesis, and it's sort of this very big real world thing that you're doing. So I think that might also help, if that makes sense. Like to sort of have, like if you bring it in a teaching environment and not just in a research environment. But yeah.
So starting small. So Rob, you have had what did you say? More than 50 workshops around the world, right?
Yes, indeed.
In different languages. And so, what is your experience with sort of lowering barriers and making people engage?
I think that's a really good question, by the way, and I really enjoyed Tanya's response to this, to which I will add, not just because you stop being a student, that you stop being challenged or scared, by the way. So, but in regards to Compadre, Comadre, and Padrino, one of the challenges that we have faced is the heavy mathematics that support the analysis of all of this information. So I can start talking to you guys about eigenvalues and eigenvectors and eigen stuff, and I can put you all, perhaps, or some of you, to sleep immediately. We've made mistakes in the past trying to engage with students using mathematics before biology. And so what we now do is we emphasize the biological relevance of these tools. We emphasize the biological predictive power of demography and population ecology. And if we have to, then we teach them a bit more about the mathematics. That's one. The other aspect, which I think was mentioned before in Slack, is that different languages interpret things differently. So la tasa de crecimiento poblacional may mean something completely different from the population growth rates in English. So being able to not translate word by words, depending on who your audience is, but to contextualize. And for that, you're required to really know who your target community is. That has proven to be quite useful.
Thank you. When you were giving your talk, Louise, then somebody was commenting on Slack that blogging is a nice way to remember, nice way to sort of to more or less as note taking, and that made me think about, well, if it's a nice way to remember, that's one of the things that students also should do. Could it also be like, could we use the blogs not only as a way to share knowledge from us to the students and maybe for the students back to us, but could it also be something that we could actually use in assessment of the courses? Could this be sort of the deliverable of students in a course? Could it be what we assess them on?
Yeah, of course, I believe that completely. And one of the things that I think it was in my slides is that blogs are updatable. So if something's not completely correct, or something's going the wrong way about solving the problem, we can fix it, and the consequences are not that serious. It's not going to be like a horrible rejection letter from a journal. It's just nice friendly feedback, and then you can go back and fix whatever's wrong with either a blog done by students or even the things we do. So I think it's pretty good psychologically to have something sort of that informal as a tool.
But of course, the risk with this is that when you put it out there in the open, and that goes with many things, then you cannot guarantee who will interact with you. So another question is, have you had some unpleasant experiences in your blogging history?
Not particularly. I've had content sort of stolen and then passed off as someone else's, but that's not too negative towards me. For the most part, it's just constructive criticism.
And you talked about this learning curve. So this for you as a course developer. And somebody was asking also on the Slack here, like when you have this development, and then of course for you it's a long learning curve, but for the students they come in on the latest step always. So are you able to sort of and several of you were also talking about how this whole open science universe creates so much additional content that the students need to be able to learn. So is this happening at the expense of the biology? Is it becoming too much? Is it too hard for people to follow it? Or what sort of is the workload for the students increasing as the slope of the curve that you were plotting on? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I guess in some way, but also, and all of these things like learning how to do GitHub and all of this is kind of scary for the students, and so they might maybe not get it or do it or whatever. But I think a lot of these open science elements in the course are kind of an additional thing for the students, so they don't need to do everything all the time. But I think also because they work in teams, and the students have different abilities, so maybe some students do more on the coding side, while other students are more focusing on writing an introduction or doing the data documentation part. So I think the students somehow have some freedom to choose what they want to take home from these parts. And then maybe also what Tanja mentioned, that we are kind of holding their hand while they do their first step. So we try to make it very easy for them. So we help them to set up a Git account if they want, because the first steps to get Git and RStudio working together can be quite tricky. So things like this. But I think we can probably do a lot more to make a lot of these steps easier for the students. Or we have a lot more ideas.
I wonder if we should channel Hannah if she's here.
I don't know if you'll be here. She might have fallen asleep.
Yes, that is understandable. Okay, so we will skip that. But do ask questions in the sort of also specific questions to the different presenters in the Slack channel. There's been discussions, both questions and discussions and tangents and all kinds of things happening on the Slack. So that's very nice. I will give sort of the presenters a round of last words before we go to coffee break. And the one thing that I would like to ask you to comment on is sort of what you have been showing us here is very sort of advanced, and you've been working on this for a long time, and it's really quite impressive. And we're talking about students being intimidated, but of course there could also be a teacher or two out there being slightly intimidated. So if people want to go sort of one step towards incorporating open science and fair practices in their teaching, how do you start? Where is the first step? So how should people go about that? And I think I'll take people in the order which I see them. So starting from that side with Rob.
So one of the ways to engage students in teaching is to also engage them in research. And this is also inspired by a question that was asked on the Slack channel by Christian Strom, who asks, how do you view the data citation as a means to credit and involve students in open science? If you take a look at the two papers that I mentioned before, Introduce and Compadre, that was published a few years ago in Journal of Ecology, and Compadre in the sister journal of the BES, Journal of Animal Ecology, you'll realize that the authorship line is really long. The first 10 to 15 names are my students. So we've taken a proactive action in trying to engage the work that the students helpers did in terms of digitizing, for which they were paid, by the way. These were not volunteer jobs. By also involving them in the research output, and what this has contributed, perhaps in a small manner, but a significant one, is some of them continuing their academic career. Some of them have landed assistant professorship jobs recently, or are doing Marie Curie fellowships around Europe.
Thank you. So involving the students in research is in your research is a good way to start, and then your practices are sort of, then you need them to adopt your practices. Okay, Lou, I'll take Tanja next. Advice to educators.
I'll be the student voice once again. I think a big thing is, as an educator, being open to, if your student approaches you with a new way, or suggest, oh, should we not move all our code to GitHub and work on GitHub, sort of as a supervisor or instructor, being open to adopting or learning about that, if that's something that you haven't worked with before. I've found quite often sometimes it's you as a student want to do this, and then your supervisor or the lecturer is sort of like, oh, I don't understand this, and they don't want to engage with it because it's quite scary, which is fine. But I think maybe being willing to sort of be taught by your student, if I could put it that way.
That's excellent.
So yeah, I think having an open mind from a bottom-up feedback, I guess, is probably the way to look at it.
Dare to learn from your students. That's great advice. Louise, what is your advice to us educators?
Yeah, for this, I think I'll draw on my experience as a mammalogist, working with some really old school taxonomy people. And in that case, I think what I would suggest is focusing on the incentives and on the positive consequences rather than all the latest technologies and programming stuff. More like saying you can get a bigger network of collaborators, or more citations, or more downloads, or anything positive that will come from being more open and reproducible without really being technical at all about it. I guess that's might be a good point for educators and researchers.
So don't forget why we're here. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. And then I have Hannah here, and she says, first step for learning about pre-registering. Write an analysis and a data collection plan, and just share it with the supervisor. Then check back on it regularly. It doesn't need to be binding, just a guide to keep people on track and on task. And if it sucks, you can just create a revised plan. But taking it stepwise and sharing with one person first and then the world later, I guess is, but actually doing these things, doing the things right, but sort of you don't have to share it with everybody first. I guess is a good piece of advice here. Oh, you're last.
I kind of agree with everybody that has shared their opinion by now. But maybe I think our example from the plant functional trait course is a good example. So we didn't incorporate everything. So I think if you're running an ecology course now, you don't have to change it from this year to the next year and incorporate all the ideas that you've heard here, but kind of take it step by step. And we started with the things that were most needed. So because the data quality was just very poor when we came out of the course. But I think also another important thing to add is like to not make the student write a pointless report or something at the end. Make them do something useful, something that is going somewhere, whether it is a blog post or a data paper or whatever, but something useful.
Thanks. So thank you so much to all our presenters. I think this was a fantastic lineup. We will now have coffee break. And we're 5 minutes behind schedule, which is completely fine. So we'll meet back here again at 11:05 for our next session. And everybody online, you're also very welcome to coffee. Unfortunately, we cannot serve it to you, so you will have to make it yourself. Some people are prepared for that. But we'll all meet back here at 11:05. Thanks. And a big hand to all our presenters. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I hope that both people online and people here got some coffee and that you gear up for our discussions. So we are, of course, at the Living Norway network or colloquium, and therefore it has spread and it's now quite international, both here and online. But the animal names that you're allocated are Norwegian animals in Norwegian. So there, we're not negotiating on that. I want you to remember your Norwegian animal for the rest of your life, perhaps, but at least for the rest of the day, because you will be sorting into the same groups repeatedly. So this next task that we're going to do now, we have a little bit less than 40 minutes, or like 30 minutes plus for our group work. And what we want to do now is to start to think forward in terms of, we have talked about open science in education and how we could do it and what kind of opportunities there are, and we've seen some inspiring talks. So now's the time for sort of planning and thinking and trying to think ahead. And we have made sort of a task list for you, and I think, Liz, that you will show them how this looks.
Okay, so for the online participants, Joe will be once again allocating you to your breakout groups. Some of them may have changed, so just take note of what group you are now in. And you will be going to the link on your Slack page. That's your animal link, so in group ELG. And then the long discussion question. So we'll be using the Lucid Spark whiteboards. This seemed like the best option at the time. Hopefully it is. You will need to log in, but login is free and it doesn't take too long at all. And once you click through to that link, you'll be taken to a whiteboard. So this is kind of like a real whiteboard. You can zoom in and out, and here we've got different tasks for you to do. So sketch out a figure of how open science relates to education, discuss what are the main gaps and hindrances and hurdles and problems for integrating open science into education, and then spend the most time on what might be some of the solutions to this. So opportunities and ways forward, try and be as innovative or whatever you want. And then if you can take your 3 best, most important or innovative solutions and enter them into the summary slides. So that's linked here. It's also linked in the Slack groups. Where is the Slack groups gone? Whoops, sorry. I don't know how to navigate my own computer. There. In the Slack groups here. And you'll find a slide there with your group, and you can enter those 3 best solutions there. So for the people in the room, if you can separate out into your same groups as before, and also do exactly the same thing. So the cool thing is that everybody can access this at the same time and draw on it at the same time. So hopefully we can have lots of collaboration, lots of things happening at once. Exciting.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And so for those of you who remember back to this morning, we have a lot of these figures of open science and how different open science things collect or interact with each other. But those education isn't really in there. And if it's in there, it's just one thing. And so your challenge now is to make a good graphical representation of how education interacts with other open science principles. So that's the first task, and then you go on from there. So with that, I think I'll just say that you go for it, and we'll be back here at 12:45. Sorry. So that's in, a little bit more than 30 minutes.
gave him a warning on Slack.
Oh, dear,
Instructions
okay.
on Slack.
Okay, everybody. So we should start to gather here, and of course, we were, as one is doing science, well, we were wildly over optimistic when it came to how much we could actually manage to do in a slightly cut short 40 minutes. But I hope you had some good discussions, and we certainly did in the group I was in, but we didn't really get very far down the list. So I'm hoping that other people might have focused on the latter part. So what we can do here is we still do have the people. So what we can do is we can go through the lists, and then the people from the group can just make a comment or two.
I think you can present.
It's not so easy because they're not.
They're not here. Okay, so I can just summarize. So this is Group ERG. And yeah, and they have come up with a model where there is sort of this interactive sort of feedback loop between research and education, which we really like. And they have sort of flows of different things going back and forth. This is interesting. Open communication going both ways, using open, so these different things that are sort of going both ways between these two realms. That's interesting. And they write that provide incentives both for teachers and for students to incorporate more open practices is important. That's a good solution. For students, make them mandatory to pass the course. So don't make them an add-on, but make them part of the course. That's an excellent suggestion. For teachers, we can put skills and development of teaching programs onto our CVs. We need to make these CV-able items so whoever did this understand what matters to us. Yeah, but you know there are these new requirements now, especially in Norway, when it comes to sort of having documenting your teaching skills better. And so I think that this is something that's actually really important to think about and really important to document in a good way. This goes both for employment, but also for appointment to professor and so on and so forth, that you need to have good teaching skills. And that's coming into the laws and regulations now. So doing this is something that is definitely both a CV-able and a promotion or a opprykkssøknad suitable, yeah. Using open resources and databases, they write, is valuable in teaching by making students and teachers aware it is available. Yeah. So again, a collaborative thing, not just between students, but between students and teachers, like we talked about earlier today. Excellent, Erg. Let's see what the next one. Gaupa. So that's more of a carnivore take on things. So maybe predatory stuff will be more of a problem here. Let's see. Include open science thinking in the design of study programs, not just individual courses. Yes, that's also a very good point. You don't have to do everything in every course. We should divvy up a little bit so that you can learn things in order. Think about timing of introducing open science with undergraduate and graduate classes. Encouraging course alignment and also support staff when designing, integrating these concepts. Teaching metadata practices are important. These are crucial for reuse of data, including synthesis. And this is also sort of, one thing is to teach metadata, but another thing is like when you present these things, make people aware of what they are. Because usually we can present the sort of the IPES report summaries as the truth. But how did you actually emerge at that truth? And that is through sort of this beehive type of working together. Provide discussion workshops of ethics and theory of open science. The why of open science. That's also really good point. If we don't know why we should be doing it and what we benefit, both individually and as a society, of course, it's much less incentive to do it. Excellent. Grevling. Regular troubleshooting. Yeah, grevlings are a little bit sort of focused on problems, I think. So regular troubleshooting sessions with colleagues and peers. If you cannot dig your hole. Using GUIs to make technology simple. That's also something that we have been discussing in other groups, that, you know, the problem with the benefit of doing open science or using real data is that it's real and realistic, and the problem is that realistic data takes forever to get into a shape where you can actually do something with it. And so making shortcuts sometimes, and then be aware when you do it. And they also point to the curriculum. Let's see, next animal. Hjort, jerv, kongeørn. They're busy out there in the forest. Røyeulv, lundefugl. Yeah, exactly. And now we have, they live in big bird cliffs, and so they need to collaborate. And so, of course, common guidelines is really important. Sharing resources, the whole sea is there, but you need to share it across disciplines. That's also a really good point, actually, that there are so many things that are common across disciplines, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Institutional incentives, time and money. Absolutely. If it becomes an add-on, it won't happen. Isbjørn, also incremental, just like climate change that are challenging them up there. Integrating open science principle in all course contents. Every course should take some. Increasing knowledge and awareness on the PI level. Yes. Edderkopp. I'm from the Stone. Yeah, this was actually the notes from the first session. Yeah.
Do you want to summarize your groups?
Yes, I can just summarize our group. Sort of the main thing was that I'm from the Stone Ages, but except from that, no, we discussed. We also came up with a very similar wheel to the one that you. Maybe we have that here actually. Yeah, no, never mind. We came up with a very similar wheel to the first group, with this sort of research and education feeding into each other, and then thinking about all the different things that belong in there. But we made them as a beehive and not as a. Never mind. And we made them as a beehive and not as arrows. But that it's very much the same kind of things that ended up on our whiteboard. So yeah. So so we had all these different things that we realized that they all belong both to education and to science, and there is this sort of spinning wheel where research feeds into education, which feeds back into research, and it's both the knowledge and skills and practices, and also actual data, like Aud's example was showing, where the students are generating data that can feed into research. Yeah, so I hope that everybody's had good discussions. We, of course, have material now that we can use to summarize. You also got a questionnaire yesterday, and I know that for some of you it crashed. And I think that for those of you for whom it crashed, you will be getting a new one, or you will be getting a link or an email from Kristin, and you can reopen your survey and do it again, and that would be very helpful. And then there is another survey that you got last night, and then there's a third one coming out after the workshop as a whole. And there we'll also be asking you some questions about the whole Living Norway workshop. What worked, what didn't, what do you want less of, what do you want more of in the event that you actually want to participate next year, because we think there's going to be one next year. 2 times makes it a tradition, right? So yeah. So please also answer that one, and your email links the answers, which is why it's good that we have also the answers to the first one, because there we have some information about you, like where do you work and so on and so forth. And it's interesting to divvy up the answers a little bit according to that, which is why we're so concerned about the first one. Yeah. And then I want to thank all of you for your contributions and work. And this is really interesting. We'll try to digest it and get back with something to everybody. And of course to our excellent presenters for what they contributed. That was really great. Any final comments, questions? If not, I think we can break for lunch. Thank you.
Hello? Ah, that sounds good. Right, yes, I am on. I'm unmuted, yes. I can mute, so I am not muted.
Okay, hi everybody, and I'm definitely okay on the microphone. And thanks you all come back either in reality or virtually. So this afternoon we're running a workshop on sort of data integration, and we decided to split this up into two parts. The first will be given by Joe, who's here, and we'll start talking in a moment about the data standards. So this follows on from Matt Granger's talk yesterday, where trying to classify the data to see that the data can fall into certain structures which we can then use. So he's going to talk about that and how to do that, and look a bit at how Darwin Core works. Then the second half, I'll talk about data integration, which is really using these ideas of having standardized vocabularies for data, using that to put the different data sets together, different types of data together, to do modeling of species distributions or dynamics of species, these sort of things. And this is something which I've been working on with SDNs, but haven't really got to the point where I could give a workshop telling you how to use it, because I've got some code, I just don't trust it yet. So that second half, I'll ask people to start to discuss what they want from data integration, because this will sort of help me see where the problems are, and perhaps help other people as well see what are the interesting questions coming out, and in some cases, perhaps even if there are solutions which already exist. So that's the layout that we'll have. Joe and I will talk, and then after that, there'll be some discussion sessions with some material for you to all use. So firstly, then Joe, take it away.
Thanks, Bob. Hopefully everyone can hear me on the speakers now. Great. So just before I start with the talk, I'm just going to do a little bit of housekeeping like this morning's sessions, there will be some breakout sessions from group discussions. And I'm going to be trying to do both giving the talk and managing the Zoom meeting at the same time. So if the people who are attending virtually, you might need to bear with me a little bit. It might take me a while to run from this laptop to make sure the Zoom session is going as well, and I can't really keep an eye on both at the same time. So the breakout groups won't start until probably a sort of minute or two after I say start the group discussion. So if people could just bear with me a little bit on that. Also as well, because there's been quite a bit of turnover in who's online at any one time. I think the original plan was to try and keep all the groups the same on the virtual session, but what we were finding is it was getting very unbalanced with the groups. So some groups were having 3 people in, and some were having 10. So what I'll do is I'll rebalance the groups. For my session, at least, there isn't really. You can sort of relax a bit more, both present and virtual attendees, because I'm not really asking much for you other than to go through an exercise. I'll then sort of present the solution as I see it. And then if you sort of disagree with me, you can disagree with me on the Slack, and we can talk through together about, why we disagree. And why I'm right. But I think certainly for my exercises, there's no one right answer. Sometimes there's a sort of a perspective shift, and so we can sort of talk through those things. But yeah, so there isn't anything sort of particularly complicated. You don't need to log in onto any whiteboards or anything. So the feedback doesn't have to be as involved as this morning's one. It's more that I wanted. What I'm trying to get out of the exercise is that we go through sort of some data standardization together, so people can sort of get a feel for how one would do it, so that people can sort of get a better idea of firstly what it is and how they might apply these principles to their own data. Yeah, as I say, you might need to bear with me a little bit. There might be a bit of delay with the virtual breakout groups. But for people who are physically here, we'll just keep the groups the same that you've been doing the whole day. I think that's the easiest. For my session, the physical people, each group, one per group, will get a sort of copy of this Darwin Core cheat sheet, which will sort of help you through the exercise. For the people virtually attending, I've pinned a link in the data workshop Slack channel. So hopefully you guys can see that there. and so you should be able to download that. It is, and basically the idea being is it just gives you sort of some hints and tips and reminds you about what the exercises will be as well. So it will help you with the exercises. But before we get to that, though, I'll sort of talk a little bit more of a background for that. But I just wanted to get that housekeeping out of the way first. So yes, my workshop. You may have noticed I renamed it from modelling workshop to data workshop, and one of the reasons why I did that is actually my session isn't really very modelling-y. We're not really going to talk much about stats or anything related to ecological modelling. Actually, it's more just about data classification and how we can apply standards to our own data sets. So I renamed it the data workshop because I figured that would sort of incorporate both my and Bob's part of it. I've given it a sort of complicated title, ensuring interoperability by using standardized vocabularies, which is just a fancy way of saying making your data more sort of findable and usable by using a fixed terminology or a known terminology. I guess that's probably a better way of putting it. So I'll do a quick refresh. I mean, we've seen this FAIR over and over again, so I won't talk about it too much. But we know that the FAIR data principles has these 4 central pillars, that your data needs to be firstly findable. That means both the data and the metadata need to be findable both by humans and computers. So this actually requires your data set be indexable. That means that your data set has some certain hooks that a sort of automated processor can find your data and understand it in a way that other users can then use that indexing site to find your data. I guess a good comparison would be is if you created a website or a blog post or something like that, ideally you want to get that to as many people as possible. So you want your website to be as indexable as possible by search engines, say Google or something like that. And so Google will trawl through and try and find information about your website so that it can satisfy its users' demand for certain web pages. Similarly, if you construct your data in a particular way, you increase the findability of your data set. Also, your data needs to be accessible. So once the data's found your data, it needs to know how to get hold of it and what protocol to go through to be able to do that. And that protocol needs to be open and standardized. The other aspect, it has to be interoperable. And this is sort of probably another one of the key things we'll talk about today, is that interoperability in terms of data, what that means is it basically says that is your data set interpretable in a way that makes sense in the context of other data sets and other applications and workflows. So basically, have you described your data set in a way that that you can understand how to use that data set, so that you can do larger analyses or reusing the data for other processes or doing meta-analyses and those types of things. And then that feeds directly into reusability. So if your data is interoperable, it helps your data be reusable. So the main things that I talk about today is these sort of 2 really, because actually by using a standardized vocabulary to describe your data, you actually are maximizing these 2 components of the FAIR data principle. So we've talked a lot this morning about accessibility, about open data and making your data open. I'm going to be sort of focusing more on these 2. This is still very important, but this is really what the standardization does, is it actually maximizes these 2. And then Bob, after me, will talk a little bit more about these last 2 really, about Bob's stuff will touch on the interoperability, but will also touch on reusability crucially as well. How do you integrate your data into larger analyses, into bigger stuff? So hopefully, like one of the ways that we've structured these workshops is so that hopefully everyone has a good understanding of each of these 4 pillars and why each of those are very, very important. So one of the things we talk about a lot of the time is this importance of vocabulary, and I think to a lot of sort of field ecologists, this sounds very esoteric. This sounds like something that sort of data scientists would talk about, some eco-informaticians will talk about standardized vocabularies for data sets. And I think probably we as a community don't really understand really how important this is. But I think to contextualize it in a sort of field ecological example, is you can imagine here where you have an item here, or a species, and you can imagine one ecologist going, great, that's a Camberwell beauty, what a beautiful butterfly. And the other one go, no, it's a Sorgakorper, or mourning cloak. Even more confusingly, not only is this the Norwegian, but actually this direct translation of the Norwegian is what the Americans would call the same butterfly. And so we understand, it's not that ecologists are naive to the usefulness of having a standardized vocabulary. It's just that we tend to not really think about it in terms of biological and so a biological application. And so here we've decided as a community that we need to have a standardized vocabulary for this butterfly. And so we'll go, oh, it's Nymphalis antiopa. We come up with this sort of binomial scientific name, and that has become a standard for most species that we choose to describe. And so like this, we can see in this context, this vocabulary is very important because it stops people talking at cross purposes. It means we know we're talking about the same thing. But when we talk about data, we tend to forget that this vocabulary is still very important. We can sort of use this example as like, we took a sample without any context or any further information about we took a sample. That phrase is largely meaningless. Like, that without sort of either having a standardized vocabulary or some metadata to describe what that sample is and how it was collected, that means that is a very ambiguous term. And actually, in data management things, language is too rife with ambiguities, particularly in the way that we sort of tend to classically use language in ecology. So yeah, a sample could be in one of many things. It could be a quadrat with species compositions in it. It could be a distance sampling survey to create population estimates. It could be some eDNA taken from a stream or a river or something, or like many other things. And so the reason for these data standards is a way of trying to remove some of this ambiguity and have a bit more clarity and a bit more conformity in the way that we sort of describe our data, so that it actually improves our ability to both meet the findability and the interoperability requirements of the FAIR data standard. So as I said, one of the first things to remove this ambiguity that you need to do is you often need to give a greater context for the data. And we've already described this already, actually, but you need to do that through the description of metadata. So some information pertaining to the data and how it was collected, because that gives you that extra information to know what that sample means. So that's the very first step. But the problem is as well, that alone doesn't necessarily get rid of a lot of these ambiguities. If the data set itself is described in an unstandardized way, like if everyone has a different way of describing metadata, then actually we end up sort of returning to the same problem of having differing vocabularies, but this time at the metadata level rather than the data level. And so this is the argument for why we need these standardized vocabularies, either whether we're talking about data or metadata, is that we need to try and minimize this ambiguity as much as possible. And this is very important because if you're trying to do integrated analysis where you're trying to use multiple data sets that have been collected in different ways, if there are differing vocabularies to describe those data sets, then it becomes less and less obvious how it's possible to integrate that data. And so these are the sort of things that if you don't use a standardized vocabulary, you give people like Bob a headache when he needs to then later do some data integrations work on this data. And I think one of the crucial things as well is we talked a lot about sharing your data and your metadata, and that is great, and we definitely want to encourage that. But that alone doesn't necessarily mean your data meet FAIR data requirements, that actually you also have to use a standardized vocabulary to meet the FAIR data standards. So if you're publishing a journal and you write a data journal or something like that, and then you archive your data on Dryad, that's great. It'd be an Excel spreadsheet or a CSV file or whatever data format you want. But if the vocabulary that you've used to describe that data set doesn't meet a standardized vocabulary, then it's great, you've got open data, and that's not to criticize people who do that. Like I have plenty of publications myself that have only got that far. But what I haven't met in those cases are these more strenuous FAIR data requirements. And so this workshop is talking to that's how we go that extra mile to sort of go beyond just making our data open, but to making our data open and fair. And I think one of the things I want to sort of address is that, so this is a slide I put in a bit last minute because actually we had there was a few comments both on the Slack and in person yesterday where one of the main worries that people seem to have about data standards was that they were really worried that what they saw of standards was they meant like a file format standard, or they were being told that they have to have their data in a very particular file format that would meet certain standards, and they're worried that actually what they were having to do was squeeze their data into a different file or table format, and they're like, but my data doesn't fit the format. Like you can't. There's no such thing as a format that's flexible enough to hold all data types. And so I think people are thinking a little bit like this, where they're trying to get their data through this standard, and it's not going very well. And one of the things I really want to try and sort of disabuses of us is this actually isn't the purpose of the of these standardized vocabularies. What they're not trying to do is make you necessarily change your data. Like, your data table can be in whatever format you want. You can call your columns whatever you want to call your columns in the tables. All this is the addition of extra supplementary information to improve data interoperability. So you're introducing to your data, you're ornamenting your data with a standardized vocabulary that points to parts of your data such that they have standardized definitions. So you can say that this column in this table means this, and it has a context outside of just your data set. And so actually, you shouldn't, if you're applying these standards well, you shouldn't be losing anything from your data. This information is lossless. You're not losing information. In fact, if anything, you're adding information to your data set. So I think that's one of the things I think we say. I think we became a bit fixated on standards, and we're used to, in other parts of life, standards being something we have to meet, and it sort of constrains us. But actually, this is, with this type of thing, it's just simply, it's like a, we can think of a lot of these standardized vocabularies as just being a dictionary of terms that you can use, that you can sort of link to certain aspects of your data, just to make your data set that a little bit more findable, a little bit more usable by the more general community. Okay, so I'm going to focus on one such standard generally, and there's a reason for it, but there are plenty of standards, and one of the things I do want to point out, the Darwin Core is not the only standard out there. There are plenty of biodiversity data standards that one can go for. But I think the one that's probably had the most uptake, partly because the biggest, some of the bigger biodiversity inventory databases have tended to standardize themselves onto Darwin Core standard. And so I think it's probably the most important standard that we need to know as ecologists. I think that's a fair statement to say. But I don't want to pretend it's the only one either as well. So the Darwin Core standard was developed by TDWD, or TIDVIG, as we've sort I think Anders talked about the TIDVIG a little bit yesterday, if I remember correctly. I know it appeared on someone's slides, a bit of information about TIDVIG. So they have their acronym because they were formerly known as the Taxonomic Databases Working Group, hence TIDVIG. But they've now going under the Biodiversity Information Standards, a more general term, because actually they aren't just talking about taxonomic standards now. They've gone far beyond that to just more biodiversity standards. But they still maintain the old acronym, so it's a bit confusing. But as I say, anyone in the know tends to call them TIDVIG instead. They are, just to give a bit more context about them, they're a not-for-profit community of taxonomists, curators, ecologists, data scientists. They're actually a very wide group of people, actually. And they largely, through volunteer effort, maintain a number of standards to describe biological data and metadata. So they are in charge of a sort of number of standards, or at least they have sort of executive committees that sort of govern how these standards are defined. But that's not to say that this is necessarily very top-down. This is very community-driven. In fact, actually, I attended a TIDVIG meeting a few weeks ago. They were incredibly welcoming, and I definitely recommend anyone who has an interest to sort of join their meetings to just see what they do behind the scenes. And I think they're also very keen to have people who are very close to the data, particularly for data sets that have been traditionally complicated data sets to describe. I think they're always looking to try and expand these standards, and they're usually governed and driven by a desire to meet the needs of the sort of field data community. And so I think one of the things they're quite keen to do is trying to sort of overcome this sort of supposed barrier between the sort of eco-informatics, data sciencey end of ecology and the field ecology end, that they know they have to meet the needs of the ecologists. And I think probably for those of us who have a foot in the field ecology camp, I think it's really useful for us to meet them halfway so that we can help guide their standards into something that's most useful to us. But one of the, as I say, lost sound entirely. Oh no, I'm back again. These standards are incredibly flexible, and they're continuously respond to emerging needs. So there are data sets that for a long time people would say, oh, I don't know what you do with this. So one example is eDNA data sets, where you have groups in there such as operational taxonomic units that are maybe not necessarily sort of very concretely defined. Those sort of data sets have been traditionally very difficult data sets to deal with, but actually this group have been very sort of active in trying to keep up to date with the merging technology and describing standards. So there are already standards that can describe these complicated data types that we're now producing as ecologists that, even 5-10 years ago we weren't. But as I say, the most well-known standard is Darwin Core. One last plug for TIDVIG is they are actually hosting a conference next week. So if anyone is interested a little bit more, you can find the conference schedule there. But I definitely, as I say, I recommend everyone to sort of get involved. Even if it's just like me, I can't say that I'm an active member. At the last meeting, I just lurked and listened to what everyone was doing. I just wanted to, I was basically spying on everyone. I can't say I participated much, but I think actually that in itself is just useful as well, just to get an idea of what these guys are doing for you. Okay, so I'll get into the meat a bit more then. What is Darwin Core? Darwin Core, like a lot of the other standards, is simply a collection of terms, and I've underlined terms and made it bold because terms has a very specific meaning that have a very standardized meaning. So terms is just like, if we think about Darwin Core being like the name of the dictionary, the terms are the words in that dictionary, in a way. So like each of those words, and then next to that word will be the very precise definition about what we mean by that term, according to the Darwin Core dictionary. A list of the whole list of terms defined by Darwin Core can be found at that website. It's actually, what's impressive about Darwin Core is it's a reasonably long list, but it's not a ridiculously long list. And it's amazing, it's surprising how flexible Darwin Core can be with what is quite a limited vocabulary. So this is one of the first things I think I noticed. I was expecting, when I went on this website, I was expecting like tens of thousands of special terms they had to define to meet every type of ecological data. But it's actually surprising how much ecological data we can describe with so few terms. A few of those terms are defined by, a few of those terms that are in that dictionary also have an extra special meaning, and they tend to get called classes. And I think the best way to describe them is they might represent a data type. So like a few of those terms, one example of a term that is also a class is event, an event. And that is a class, so it's a data type, an event data type. And what classes mean in the Darwin Core world is that is a term that itself has other terms associated with it. So an event term might have, so an event term, just an event class, just to give context, is, which we'll talk about a little bit more later, but an event class is a class where something has happened at a given time. And so there are certain terms associated with an event class relevant to events, like the time of day or the day of the year and things like that. And so these basically, one way to think about the classes is they're just like groups of terms lumped together, and then there's one term that sort of represents that entire group. I think not so intuitive often for ecologists, so I tend to think more about data types, and I think when they define classes, they're normally thinking about like, this class will help handle this data type. But it's not quite as simple as that, but as you'll see. But I think that's usually a slightly more intuitive understanding for people who are not used to handling with Darwin Core concepts. And a data set, so your data set, can include one or more classes. So you're not limited to just one class. You can have, your data set can include lots of tables that are described by lots of different Darwin Core classes. As you'll see from this list, if people check it out, there are a lot of terms, and nearly all of them are optional. You only use the ones that are relevant to your data set, or the ones that you collect data for. I think sometimes there's a tendency when you first start getting involved with Darwin Core, where you take a certain core type and you see all the list of terms associated with that core type, and you think you need to fill in every single term, that you have to have a response for every single term. That's not how Darwin Core was designed. It was basically, you just ignore the ones that are not relevant for your data, just use the ones that are relevant to your data. If you don't have information on certain of those terms, you don't include it. Like, nearly every single one of these terms are optional. There's only a few that are not optional, related to like identification codes that gives your code a unique identifier, but we won't worry too much about that now. But generally, most terms are optional. So one of the things we're going to talk about now, just making sure how we're doing for time. Right? Yes. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start doing some exercises to get an idea of like what Darwin Core is, and so we can sort of discuss it through in groups as to like to get an idea for what these different classes mean in the context of of our data sets. So as I say, one of the things is each of the groups will get a cheat sheet, and also the virtual groups will have the cheat sheet that's in the Google Docs on the Slack channel. I'm just going to load up the cheat sheet now, because I'm just going to briefly go over the cheat sheet with you before we get into the exercises itself. But what I've done in this cheat sheet, so this is a very simplified, oh, actually, I'm still on here. Okay, right, I might just...
I think if you just exit the presentation, it will...
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And then that's Bob's talk. Okay, this is it. Yeah, so you'll see on the cheat sheet, this is basically what it looks like. And what I have not done is reproduced all of Darwin Core in this cheat sheet, because that wouldn't be useful and it'd be overwhelming. But what I've done is I've taken a few of these events, I've taken a few of these classes, and I've just sort of like had a brief introductory paragraph describing what you tend to use what sort of data type you tend to use that class for. And then also, I've then listed underneath it all of the, well, not all of the Darwin Core terms associated with that class, but a list of the more used terms associated with that class. As I say, if you want more information, you can go on the website that I gave that gives you the full definition of each of those classes. But here I'm just sort of giving you a sort of brief overview. And I've taken a few of those classes out for the data site. But there are, again, as I said, there are plenty more classes out there in Darwin Core that can handle much more complicated data types. But I just wanted to give an overview of the most commonly used ones. And I think probably the most commonly used class in Darwin Core for ecological data is this event class. So basically, this is a class to just encapsulate an event occurring at a particular location and time. And so whether that could be a transect, it could be a camera trap firing, could be you taking a kicknet sample. So basically, as you can imagine, just from the concept of an event, this encapsulates a sort of wide variety of sort of data concepts. And it has a few things associated with it. Usually you have like a unique identifier, so an identifier code for the event. So it'd be like, you know, so if your event, in the context of your event was a quadrat, it could be like quadrat 1, quadrat 2. You could have some ID code. There's other things like parent event ID, which allows you to have events nested within other events. You can say there might be a bigger event, like you've gone out and... So an example of that might be that you've gone out and you've done some, some trawl netting or something like that. And then from that, you've taken some subsamples, and those subsamples might themselves be little mini events. And then from that, you've got some other things. So there are ways to deal with that as well. Often there's like tags like field number, an identifier given to the event in the field, which often links it with your field notes. So if you've had to give it a different event ID number, but in your field notes you have a different number and you want to retain that information, you can place it there. Now, I say I'm not going to go through every single one of these because like we could be here a long time, but it's just to sort of give you a flavour for like how an event is conceptualized in terms of this sort of terminology. A similar one is a location class. So this is when you're trying to describe something about a location, whether it be, and for most ecological data, the locations you're describing normally are a field site. That's probably the most common thing you're going to be describing with a locations class. And again, like that will have a location ID and then other things as well. And like I say, for a lot of location classes, this isn't going to be relevant. So it's like, for example, here, the name of the island group in which the location occurs. Well, if your location is not occurring in an island group, don't use it, ignore it. It's a completely optional term. So I think, like I said, when you first start getting to Darwin Core, you see this and you're like, oh, I need to get every piece of information out of my location class. And you want to fill these all in, even including the ones that make no sense. And so you can fill them in as much as you're able. Obviously, in general, more data is better, but actually, at the same time, just standardizing what you have is very, very useful. Yeah, the location class goes on for quite some time. You can even put in sort of well-known text representation. So this is when you want to have like shape files. You want to describe a location that's bounded by an aerial unit, like a polygon or something, and so you can describe that polygon there as well. So, like I say, these things are super flexible. And And then this is another very common class type that will happen in Darwin Core, is this is a occurrence class. So it can exist independently of an event, but normally it sort of happens in consort with it. And this is usually the bit that explains, this is where you've caught or estimated or counted a particular, and so you just say, so this class is just describing what it is about that organism that you've observed. So it's a slightly unfortunately named because it's called occurrence class, and I think for most ecologists, occurrence data we think of as being presence absence data and nothing else, and we think of actually like population counts as population data. Occurrence class obviously can handle occurrence data, but it can actually also handle many other versions of an incidence of an organism. So for example, again, we have like an occurrence ID, a list of names, people, groups who actually recorded that. And then, like, for example, if you were counting individuals, you could use this, the number of individual represented presence at the time of the occurrence. So if you have some count data, you can put it there. Or maybe it's not count data, maybe it's an organism quantity, maybe it's like biomass or percent cover or something like that. Then you can flag it as an organism quantity. And then, because organism quantity is quite vague, you also need to explain what that is. So it then says, what is it? So the type of quantification system used for the quantity of organisms. So it says, so if you put 12.5 here, the next thing is like 12.5 what? And you go biomass, if it was biomass, or like 30% cover, or something like that, if you're using that. And then there's also other things you can use if they're relevant for your system. The sex of the biological individuals, some life stage that are in, the reproductive condition, that might be relevant for something. Behaviour for behavioural studies, although spelt the American way, which upsets me, but that's fine. Occurrence status, so this is if you are using presence absence data, you've gone somewhere, you're just recording whether it's there or not, so then it has two values, present or absent. Or if you want to have lists of media associated with it. So I've seen this, for example, with bat surveys, where you want to tag media such as recordings of the bat calls, and you want to tag that and link that to particular occurrences, and you want to keep that information. And this is a way to annotate that within the data set and explain like where those data files are. And then a list of identifiers of name types of the taxa and associations with the occurrence. So like, what is that occurrence of, basically? So there are, and another class is this taxon class. And this is a class, so this is the sort of, this is probably, this class probably sort of represents the sort of traditional taxonomic roots of TIDVIG, actually, but this is basically where you describe the species that are existing in your data set. So actually not necessarily species, taxon's broader than that, but basically a class to hold information pertaining to a group of organisms which for the purposes of your data set is considered to form a homogeneous unit. So it doesn't necessarily have to be at the species level, like the taxon class is flexible, it can be at many other levels as well. And again, a taxon ID, scientific name, ID, if it's an ID that's recognized in a, so this is actually normally an ID code associated with a taxonomic database. I won't talk about that just now, we might come back to that. Whereas this is what you mean by scientific name normally, so if you're just going to put in the full scientific name, but then you could also put in the different taxonomic levels, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, and then you can say the taxonomic rank of the most specific name of your genus. So like, basically, your thing you're describing here, what have you managed to ID it to? Have you managed to get it all the way down to species? Have you got to manage to subspecies? Or have you got its genus, or you can only get it to family? Or, you know, you can basically just, it's your way of explaining the taxonomic resolution in your data set in a standardized way. And then a vernacular name if you want to, as well, you can put that in as well. And then the taxonomic status, like the status of the use of the scientific name as labeled for a taxon. So it can't, like, this one's not so often that you worry about this yourself, but sometimes there might be like, yeah, taxonomic changes and things like that, which means some of these other information might be out of date or updated. This taxon class, quite often actually for a lot of biodiversity databases, they often have what they call like a taxonomic backbone. They already have their own idea of taxonomic classification. So quite often this information actually, you either don't need to fill in yourself, or actually what you can do is just link to the taxonomic backbone you're using and let the taxonomists do the work for you in a way. I think this is something, it's a little bit beyond what we're going to talk about now, but I just want to give a little bit of a pointer that is that actually I think as ecologists we're used to just like typing in our species names in our Excel spreadsheets or whatever, and then we might have typos or things like that, which means then we might end up, when we do community matrix, we might get extra richness because we've misspelled some species, and those sort of mistakes can be quite hard to find sometimes because they're not obviously apparent. I think that's a really common mistake in community ecology. And a solution to that is actually not to bother doing it yourself, is to sort of try and use link to a taxonomic backbone, which basically you just give an ID code to the taxonomic backbone you're using. It also means that if there's a taxonomic revision of some of your species, they get a new name, then actually you're not having to worry about maintaining the name yourself in your data. You're maintaining an ID you're maintaining an ID code in another updated database. So as I said, I don't want to talk too much about that because that confuses things, but I just want to make that people aware that actually I think sometimes as ecologists we tend to do a bit too much of the heavy lifting in terms of the taxonomic descriptions of things when there are like actually quite a lot of facilities out there that help us do that. And then the last one I'm going to talk about now is this measurement or fact class. And so this is sort of like, this is a really general class. So this just talks about like things you have measured or fact about things, about other classes. So this like, yeah, again, everything always has an ID code, but the measurement type, for example, like if the measurement is about the organism you've measured, it might be the tail length of that organism, but it could also be like abiotic variables like temperature you measured at the field site. Like there are lots of things you can put into a measurement or fact class, but then so you have to say what type it is and then you have to say the value of it. So if you say temperature, then the next thing will be 16 degrees. But then you can also put in other information about the accuracy around that, like, you know, if you know something about the accuracy of your instruments and the measurement units. Again, like I say, it's great if you have all this information, but I appreciate for a lot of data sets you don't. But this is the beauty of the Darwin core. It's sort of quite flexible to implement all of these things in. So when a lot of people say, oh, I don't think a Darwin core standard would suit my data type, it's sometimes quite difficult to see how that can be, because actually the Darwin core data type sort of breaks everything down into events, occurrences, measurements, and all of us are taking measurements as a result of a sampling event normally. Like it's quite hard to see what ecological data doesn't really fall into most of these data types. And so I think actually sometimes actually a lot of the resistance to user standards is actually more a sort of a lack of understanding that actually what you don't need to do is completely reformat your data set to make all your tables look like that and give them these column names. That's not what you have to do. But all you have to do is sort of is to use a mechanism that links your actual data that you actually have to certain known vocabularies. So like, which of the columns in your tables corresponds to the measurement type? Which of the columns in your table corresponds to this? And that allows things to index your data much more easily, because now you've used a standardized vocabulary to describe your data set. So hopefully that sort of makes sense, that it's a little bit beyond. It's not a data format as such. It's a vocabulary type. I'm just going to check how we're doing for time actually. A bit further than you'd hoped. Yes. 13:40. Okay. Yes, we're 20 minutes over what we were going to do for the group discussion, but that is fine, because actually. What I was going to do is, I think what we'll do is, rather than do, so what I'd done is I'd set up 3 fake data sets. That's how the exercise were going to be. And I was going to ask people to sort of go into breakout groups and then basically sort of look at those data sets and sort of discuss how they would describe those data sets using this vocabulary. But I think what I'll do is, rather than break you all up now, we'll go through one of the first one to get together, to get a feel for like just to think about this in a sort of Darwin Corey way, and then what we'll do is we'll break you out into separate groups to do the other data, to do the other 2 exercises. So the first data set I've done is, I've sort of called it citizen science data. This is not real data, by the way. I've just made this up. This is like, and it's just like a snippet of what a data table would be. But for the sake of argument, imagine this was a data set that's a series of observations made by volunteers in the field who've been reporting georeferenced sightings of birds using an app on their smartphone. The data from the app is then collated into a single table with the following structure, which basically just has like species, XY coordinates, date that was measured, the time it was measured, and then the volunteer's name who collected it. Like, this is sort of like a very classic sort of what we would call a citizen science collect. Obviously, this is actually a very simplified version of even that, because we'd actually collect a lot more information than that. But for the purposes of how we're going to describe that data set. Now, we would then look at this, and then we'd try and think about what Darwin Claw classes we might try and use to describe this data set. So I'm going to flip back to the presentation. This might be a bit of a problem if it doesn't go back off the presentation again, but we will see. So this is my solution to this, is the way to think about it. So I think sometimes with these like classification processes is I think about it as like, I think about each Darwin Claw class as a sort of table, an individual table, and I think about like basically trying to restructure the data according to that table. Now, oh god, it's gone right back to. Okay, so this is the citizen science data. So here we have this event class, and as you'll see in the vocabulary, the event class has a number of things, but the things that are relevant to us that an event class can handle is it needs an event ID. That's one of the things that we need to have. But then we have these optional things that we do actually have in our data. We have a date and we have an event time. So we can make a table that looks a little bit like that. I'm not saying we necessarily do that, but that's a way to think about it. I think that for me, this is my way of thinking about how to like think about things in a Darwin Corey way. And so that is a table one could have of the data. Of course, now it doesn't have all the information at the moment. It's just talking about the events there. So it's the time of which things were measured. And then we also have an occurrence class because we knew something is measured. And again, we have an occurrence ID. And in the occurrence class, there's a recorded by, and so we have the volunteers' names, and then we have the occurrence status. Now, in this world, it's only presence-only data because it's citizen science data, so they recorded a presence, recording a presence. Similarly, we go a bit further. We say, actually, okay, let's break it down in a taxon class. Again, just giving it taxon IDs. I just want to point out, these are actually really bad IDs to give it, just 1 and 2. Like, you need to give them way bigger ID numbers than this. I'm being a bit flippant here. Like, ideally, you want to have a code that doesn't repeat very often, and obviously the number 1 and 2 repeats quite often, so it's not a very unique ID to give anything. But anyway, so largely in all my ID columns, but the scientific name here is, yeah, again, we just put in the binomial scientific name. I'm sort of actually breaking, like using the scientific name in this way. I'm not actually doing good practice in the Darwin Core in that you'll see examples of it, and I should also be giving authority if I'm going to use the scientific name to describe this. But again, like I say, this is not a real data set, and I'm being a bit lazy for the purposes of this demonstration. And then again, we have some location information in the data, and in that location we have a decimal latitude and decimal longitude. So we look through our Darwin classes, we just try to see how much of that is described by these different sort of tables. And so that's sort of how I structured the citizen science data. And actually, I'll explain why it's sometimes useful to think about that way when we get to the next step, which will be, I'll explain that after the exercises, because the next step is then how we can actually, about particular formats that are useful for like manipulating Darwin Core data. So I'll talk particularly about the Darwin Core archive format later. Now I want to be careful, like there's the Darwin Core standard and there's Darwin Core archive. They are two different things, not to be confused. So what we're doing now is we're just sort of like defining things using Darwin Core terms. So what I want the groups to do now is to look at the other two data sets in the cheat sheet, at the back of the cheat sheet. There's a little description of what they are and what they mean. Sometimes those data sets might be made up of more than one table. And then just to like sort of go through this little exercise and think about like, look at the different classes, like how they would describe that data set using the different Darwin Core classes. Then what we'll do is we'll meet back and then we'll discuss at that point how we would then go potentially in a sort of how we theoretically then go to the next step to do a Darwin Core archive if we wanted to share that data using an archive format. But as I say, there's some caveats to that, and I'll explain a little bit more about Darwin Core archive format stuff later. But for now, I just want to get people to get a feel for Darwin Core standard stuff. So we are at 1:45. Right, and I was hoping to have the group discussions done. Actually, that's not 1:45, actually, is it? Oh, no, it is 1:45, yes, yeah, sorry. Okay, right, so actually we're a bit... Oh, no, we're still behind, sorry, I wasn't really reading the thing. Right, okay, so I was hoping to have us finished at 1:50, so in 5 minutes. That's obviously not going to work. Right. I think what we'll do then is we will just spend. I think what we'll do is we'll do breakout groups now, but we'll just do the breakout groups for 10 minutes. And you just look at one of the examples, just look at the second one, and we'll just go over that together. And then I'll do a sum up again, and I'll talk a little bit about the archive class, and that should get us roughly back. Yeah, maybe we do the summary after. Are you sure, Bob? Because I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't realise we hadn't really got at all very far. There isn't a clock on here, so I wasn't able to. Okay, right. So yeah, I'll start the breakout groups now then. So if people who are here take a copy of the cheat sheets, one per group, because I haven't printed out too many. And then whilst people are doing that, I'll also set up the breakout rooms. But then if we come back at, say, let's say 5 past, because that gives us 15 minutes, and just look over example exercise 2, and just discuss exercise 2. We won't have time for exercise 3. I think that was a bit ambitious, but I think we'll do that. And just and as I say, like, it's more to discuss. What I want you to do is you don't necessarily have to make these tables in this format. Like, I'm not asking that to go that far. It's more just to look at that data type and to discuss with your group how you would envisage going about describing that using these Darwin Core Standard terms. Like, what ones are relevant to that data type. Okie doke. Right. So we'll break out for groups now. I'll just set up the breakout groups for the virtual people in a sec. But yeah, you might want to give me a minute. So I'll start doing that now. Okay, hopefully I'm back on the speakers. Great. Okay, so I'm going to try and wrap this up reasonably quickly because I don't want to eat too much into Bob's time. But so what I'll do is I'll show you the sort of answers I got. We probably don't have too much time to explain why my answers might be different from your answers, but what people are welcome to do, though, is they're welcome to chat in the Slack, and actually, when Bob's doing his session, I can actually start answering questions in the Slack. So if people have questions for me, or if they just didn't understand the exercise, or things just didn't make sense, then I can be a bit more active when I'm not actually on stage, so I can probably help out a little bit more there. So just to explain a little bit here, so this is the sort of like the conceptual diagram I started thinking about with the vegetation survey. So there was a lot of different classes here. So one of this is like the occurrence class. So we know, for example, from this vegetation survey data that we have some occurrences of species. Now, I have more rows than the table, and so this is something you'll find quite often in community ecologists. The community ecologists like to have transect often and then column for each species. And you very rarely see data managers handle data that way because they prefer to have like things in like row major format. So you have one row for each like record of every single species. And so this is probably like a conceptual difference you see between community ecologists and sort of database managers quite often. But basically here, what I've done is I've just sort of taken that table and then I've taken it row by row and just split it out into lots of different observations. So in that table, you had 2 transects, and each of those transects had a percent cover for each species, for 3 species. So actually, we actually had 6 occurrences there of that species. And these were these occurrences. But they have a number attached to them, and that was the percent cover. So we have an organism quantity, which was the percent cover, and then a term that sort of describes what that means. So it's percent cover type. And again, we had 3 species in there, so we had a taxon class. There's a reason why I've duplicated this table like this, and I'll explain that a little bit later, but actually you didn't necessarily need to do it. The exercise was more just to see whether you could map these terms appropriately. Just like with the first one, so I got asked actually, one thing I do want to quickly bring up is people ask me like, if I do it wrong, so what I've done here is I have not adhered to Darwin Core good practice here, because according to the website, if I look this term up on Darwin Core specification, it shows an example of this use, and the example it shows of use is to include the authority in it, and I haven't. So I'm not adhered to good practice. And then people have asked me, well, am I wrong then? Have I done it wrong? Am I bad? And the thing is with the Darwin Core is that the standard itself doesn't it doesn't, except in very limited cases, it actually doesn't enforce the contents of it. This could be nonsense. I have still adhered to the Darwin Core standard. However, when I then try to deposit my data on a biodiversity database, quite often they have a consistency check, and they'll check to see whether the data here makes sense. So if I just change these into nonsense things like flobbity floop or something, like GBIF will probably go, and then I try to load it on GBIF will like look at these and go, well, this isn't anything I understand, and will return errors. But that's not enforced by the standard. That's actually usually enforced by whoever you want to try and put your data or have your data indexed by more accurately. So what I've done here is I'd be tutted at by lots of people with a standard. They're like, that's not what we said was good practice, but I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not going to Darwin Core jail. And again, the same with the event cost here. We have some events. Again, there's a reason why I've duplicated this, which I won't go into too much now because we don't really have time. But again, you don't necessarily have to have exact rows. It's just an idea that we have some events, and this time our event is a transect. And so we can give it a unique ID code. Again, 1 and 2 is terrible ID codes again. I'd be tutted at by Darwin Core people, but not go to Darwin Core police. But what I might want to do is retain my own internal coding that I used in my field work. And again, I have some information about the location. I've used locality for this, but actually there's a few things that could work. And we knew, and because I'm trying to be totally lossless to incorporate all the data I've given you in that little data snippet, I also want to maintain that it's in Norway, so we have that as well. And then the measurement we took some temperature measurements as well. And again, I've repeated this out, but that's I won't go into that now because we don't have time and I don't want to steal too much of Bob's time. And I won't go into the camera trapping slides either, because the camera trapping exercise was supposed to be a bit more contentious. That's a bit more of a complicated data set, so that was deliberately to make you argue with each other, so it's a shame we haven't got that far, but maybe if you just want to argue amongst yourselves in your own time, then you're welcome to look through that data and try and classify that. But I do want to say a little bit about our Darwin Core archives. And like I said earlier, we have to be very careful about the Darwin Core standard is one thing. That's your vocabulary, your dictionary you're using to describe your data. And then there's the Darwin Core archive. And that's a particular sort of data transfer format. And they're sort of linked because one of the things is you want to, when you create a Darwin Core archive, you're doing so because you want to make sure your data adhere to the Darwin Core standards. But at the same time, they're not the same thing. So you can share your data in a way that meets Darwin Core standards, or you can describe your data in a way that makes Darwin Core standard, but not use a Darwin Core archive. There are other ways you can describe your data. In fact, actually, again, the Darwin Core standard has some examples of ways you can do data dissemination of your data in a way that's consistently described using the Darwin Core terms, but not using a Darwin Core archive. But there's one particular data type, the Darwin Core archive data type, and the reason why I want to talk about it is because some of the big biodiversity databases tend to use it as the default sort of data sharing mechanism for import. So quite often one of the things is, some of you may have used the IPT on GBIF as a publishing tool to publish your data sets. As part of the process, what it's doing is constructing a Darwin Core archive object and then validating it to make sure that it makes sense for GBIF before registering it. And so for some types of things, it's a thing you will often need to know about to get your data into some repositories or to get them indexed by some repositories. So I just want to talk a little bit about it, but again, we don't sadly have a lot of time. But like I say, it's just a file format used to facilitate data archival and publishing in biodiversity databases. It helps to ensure your Darwin Core standards are maintained. But data that are not formatted as Darwin Core archives can still be Darwin Core compliant. Like I said, there are ways to share your data in a way that isn't through a Darwin Core archive, but still adhere to Darwin Core standards. The way they tend to work, they tend to use this thing called a star scheme, which I won't go into too much, but you tend to choose one of your class types as being the core type, and that's your core data type. So you decide which of your things is like the core data type you have. And then what you do is you then say, that's my core type, and then the other tables that we created as part of that process, we sort of describe them as extensions to that. So that there's like supplementary data to that. And the reason why I call it star schema is because you sort of sit the core in the center of this scheme, and then there are other things around it that describe the data, that core type in a bit more detail. I won't again say we don't sadly have time to go into too much detail about it. But one of the reasons that Darwin Core archives are quite useful is that I think one of the things is it helps us avoid something that I started calling the master student event. I think that's maybe a bit unfair. I should have called it the master student supervisor effect rather than the master student effect. I think the thing is that we want open data, and typically though, larger projects that are collecting larger amounts of data, they actually tend to have better data management plans because actually they're already investing in doing a huge data collection. So it's actually, as a proportion of the time collecting data, actually having a good data management plan isn't too onerous. But actually, the worst is usually for projects that are quite small in scale, where you've done quite a lot of effort and where you've done quite a lot of you've got a little bit of effort to collect data, but actually if you were going to try and like archive and prepare that in a way that makes all of these data standards that we've been talking about over the last few days feasible, it basically means that actually as a proportion of the project, a lot of your time is spent on this data management aspect of it. And there often just isn't time available to realistically do that for certain projects. And I call it the master student effect because I feel like the master student thesis is a perfect example of a timescale that sort of is a bit problematic in that you don't have time to get your master student up to speed, to go out to get them trained to do the data collection, to come out, process the data, analyze the data and get their thesis done. And then if you're also asking them to invest large amounts of time in data management, it really puts a strain on the project. And the result of that is actually so many master student thesis data just disappear. And so I'm going to bring up Vigdis here, because at the last Living Norway meeting and this morning, Vigdis sort of showed you her list of master students. And I remember when Vigdis first presented the meeting, that she presented that meeting and showed she had master students whose data had gone missing entirely was in red. And then data whose students might have gone missing in yellow, and data whose data she knew exactly where they were in green. And I remember looking at that going, I think this has got about a 75% loss rate. And I remember thinking, that's not very good. That's terrible, actually. I'm sure I could beat, I'm sure mine's not as bad. So I worked up my number. So I've had 12 master's students, and I've managed to successfully archive 2 of them. So actually I have a 1 in 6 chance. So actually I've lost 82% of my data, whereas Vigdis only lost 75% of data. So I'm actually 77% worse than Vigdis at keep retaining my master's students' data. And I think, so the reason why I talked a bit more about Darwin Archive format is because actually one of the things that Matt and I are working on, we got a little flavour of it on Matt's talk, is we've been creating these small scale R packages to help you sort of take your data frames that probably, hopefully your master students now are getting more comfortable with using. I think R now is sort of a fairly general tool that master students are more comfortable with. And they're used to data frames and those types of things. And we can take those data frames and then package them up as Darwin Archive format files. And we're trying to make that that process as painless as possible. As I say, it's still in development, so we've definitely got some time to go before we're there. But the hope is that actually that particular package is to try and solve the master student problem, that actually we can package up these very small data sets that we'll collect into Darwin Archive, Darwin Archive format archive. And then the idea that then we can piece together all these small data sets that hopefully then we can sort of get something bigger out of it eventually, so that we don't end up losing 75% to 82% of your master's students' work each time. And I'm actually not sure that I mean, it's very embarrassing for me, being someone who's working on Living Norway, making a package to try and make things, and yet I've managed to lose 82% of my students' data. So I think, so I'm hoping to improve this number, and hopefully that this package that Matt and I are making will help it. But I think, so I think probably more fairly I should call it the master's student supervisor effect, because it's largely my fault than theirs. It makes it sound a little bit like it's their fault. But I think it's for those projects that we've been thinking a little bit more about, because actually for very large projects, usually the data management is a bit more baked into it, that's been a bit more thought about. I think I'll leave it there for now because I've already eaten into Bob's time a bit too much. But if people have general comments, questions, or questions about the exercises, I'm going to hop onto the Slack now. And so hopefully I can sort of give you some good answers, either if you're virtual or physical. Okie doke. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Joe. And there's discussion on Slack going on about some of these issues. So I suggest we take 20 minutes break. So come back here at 2:40, have coffee, and those of you who are watching this virtually, so again, sort of 20 minutes, we'll be back, and then I'll start talking about my stuff, about data integration, which is how to make this stuff reusable. So see you in 20 minutes. Okay, folks, everybody looks to be back. So we'll start with this last section about data integration. So Joe nicely pointed out, we've now got onto sort of data reuse. So he's been making it interoperable, and now I want to reuse the data. So I'm going to talk a bit about what sort of data integration is and some of the things we've been doing to give you some, hopefully give you some insight into what I'm looking to do, what a lot of statistical ecologists are looking to do in the near future. So then hopefully you'll see how this will sort of fit in with all the fair data issues that we've all been discussing. So I want this to appear on there, and it's not appearing. Yeah, I can go all the way down. Look, this wonderful slide, that. Unfortunately, you can't see it.
Oh, right, okay, let's try this again.
So that's, I wonder what that's showing.
Yes, no, we still had the PowerPoint presentation in the background.
Yeah.
There it was, okay. Right.
So whilst Joe's sorting that out, so I said the idea is to look at, okay, thanks. Explain why it's important to have these different methods, and to outline what data integration is and how it works. And then also I finally want to ask you what you all want, which mainly is Richard Telford disappearing. And there's certain SDM modelers in Portugal who might also want Richard to disappear, but they also probably want me to disappear. So I said, with this breakout out is largely to find out what you want from sort of data integration, to ask what sort of questions that you're dealing with, and I'll explain once I finish talking how we've set that up. So you've got to have the same breakout groups as before, but you're going to have to fight over who gets which Google Doc. So the problem is that there's all sorts of different data collected on the same species, of different sorts of data, different type of methods of collecting the data and observing it. Thank you, Richard, sneaking off there. When it's trapping observations, I look at these as being, well, it's a distance sampling, that's one particular type of model. Obviously, as ecologists, you don't think primarily in terms of a model. You know, distance sampling is a technique to estimate abundances. It would be nice to be able to combine these, because if we can't, then we just have all these different data sets which might be telling us different things. They might be telling us the same thing. Some will be telling us something, something will be telling us something else, and together they might work much better. So I said, to pick up where Joe was leaving off, I want to reuse the data, so I want the R of FAIR, the reusability. I need that to be interoperable. Because if I can't have these different data sets being interoperable, if I can't use them all, then I can't reuse them in combined models. And the easier the better. So the Living Norway R package that Matt was talking about yesterday, I'm really looking forward to that being sort of developed so that I can start to use it. I said I can write some R functions to take Living Norway R data and convert it into what I want, and then push it through to reuse the data. So just say that this is not a new idea. So with some of the demographic data, it's been used for a long time. There's a mad Greek guy in the University of Kent who's been doing this a lot for a couple of decades. The idea is what they're doing is combining things like time series data, so your annual counts from your surveys, which tell you about how the populations are changing, with things like market recapture data, which give you more detailed data about births and deaths, but on a smaller group of individuals. And they've been doing that to project forward how populations will develop and look at things like conservation impacts. In the last few years, this idea has come into species distribution modeling, and this of course links more closely with GBIF, because that's where a lot of the data is being stored that we're using. And statistical ecologists have got very excited about this, and so the last couple of years there's been several reviews saying, hey folks, this is a really great idea. And I wrote one of those, and when discussing this with people, once it came out, the answer was, yeah, you're right, it's a really great idea. Now can you actually do it? Which is really, it is the big stumbling block that when we were writing our paper, we were looking at what people had done. And there were a few examples of this sort of data integration, but very few. And it was clear that part of the problem is that this was all being done by people, by statisticians or people who are skilled computationally, not something that's available to sort of the general ecologist. So what this is about data integration. We want to use all the data we have. For those of you who don't know, these are floppy disks. This one, the blue one, is not floppy. Some of us are old enough to remember all of these. Different sorts of data collected at different times, in different ways. Hopefully, everybody will use Darwin Core and make them all interoperable. How do we use them? The bad solution is the one that has been used a lot, is to ignore the problem. So this is my cartoon slide of how SDNs have been used. You grab your data from GBIF, you just download it, treat it as presence only. You get your WorldClim data. Nowadays people use Chelsea rather than WorldClim, but it's still the same thing. You pull down your WorldClim data, you put it into this black box, and you get some maps. And you go, yes, great, we publish our paper. Isn't this wonderful? And at one level it is. Yes, you've got this pretty map. This is so wonderful that the data viz guys will just hate the colors. But it ignores a lot of the problems. You end up, at least to some extent, modeling how people are sampling. So when Dag showed the map yesterday, it was very obvious that most of the biodiversity in the world was in the United States and Europe. That's where it was all lighting up. There might be a little bit of a problem there. What the data integration guys are saying is that, yeah, we need to correct this, everybody knows that, and the best way to correct that is to use the strengths of different sorts of data. So, respect the data. Respect the fact that somebody has spent some time collecting the data in specific ways, and they actually know a lot about it. So these are some slides from our tree paper about how to do it. So the idea here is that we have data set A at the top, data set B at the bottom, and they're different. And we're going to model them in different ways because they've been collected differently. And we're going to actually sort of check the metadata, talk to the people who collected the data, find out how it was collected, and then use that data. Yeah, so this is the whole point. I'll talk through this slide in a bit of a moment. So this is a bit complicated because essentially there's a lot going on, but all the individual bits are, I hope, fairly simple. The basic idea is this, that we have our data at the bottom here, several different types of data. We have an unobserved state, which for distribution models is the actual distribution of the species. If you're thinking about a time series of one species, it will be the number of individuals at each time step, say each year. And there's processes which affect that unobserved state. So essentially, ecology is about the top half of this, about the processes which affect the unobserved state, the births, the deaths, the migrations, the effects of the climate or land use change, all these things which are ecology. But we'd never observe the unobserved state because, by definition, it's unobserved. What we do is we sample from it in different ways. We go out with our aeroplanes and do our distance sampling. We do mark recapture, we trap individuals. We set out camera traps. all these different ways of collecting the data, which tell us something about the unobserved state, but nothing is complete. If it's complete, life would be so much easier and I'd be out of a job. So instead, what we're going to do is use the different data sets and model how you get from the unobserved state to the data. So if there's an if when we fly over a piece of land, you know, there's a kangaroo hopping around and we see it, that's an observation. The unobserved state is the kangaroo hopping around. So that gives us observation models. So here at the bottom, to go from the unobserved state to the data, we have observation models. At the top, we have our process models, which is all the ecological processes, the things we really want to, as ecologists, the things we really want to be modeling and dealing with and looking at, the effects of the environment on the species dynamics, it's a landscape, what happens if we have corridors of connectivity, all these sort of things which people want to really deal with. So for data integration, what we do is we're taking that idea, so we're going to build up that slide I showed a couple of slides ago. We have a true distribution. So for the moment, we're going to think just statically at one moment in time, everything collected at the same moment in time. We have our distribution, which is affected by the ecological processes. So we can think of these as being sort of trees in a landscape, and there's been all the dispersal of seed, growth of the plants, and these are then when they're big enough that we can see them. All those ecological processes create these locations of these individuals. And what we could do is this unobserved sort of true data, we can split it up in different ways. So we can take, say, quadrats, middle section are quadrats, so squares, well, rectangles, and say in quadrat with label 1, there's one individual. In the quadrat with label 3, there's 3 individuals. Now at this point, we've not observed them. They're there, but we're not doing the observation yet. So this is sort of the true abundance. We can degrade that into occupancy, so whether there's at least one individual there. So again, this is the true occupancy, which we don't see. So here we're having all the processes and how that leads to the actual sort of unobserved state of this species sitting around in this square. Then we go out and do our observations. And we have, top one has bias in it, for those of you who can't read the text because it's a bit small. The middle one is imperfect detection, the bottom one is also imperfect detection. So we're biased and imperfect, because, I'm sorry folks, that's the way you are. And this then leads to our observed data. So at the top we have our observed locations, and if you look, you will see there's more on one side than the other. So as you look at it, it's more on the left. Because there's high observations for whatever reason, perhaps there's more people wandering around looking there. The middle one, we have an observed site abundance, so not every individual that is on that quadrat has been observed. So even when on one of the quadrats there's one individual, we don't observe anything. Then at the bottom we have our observed site occupancy, which is really the abundance where it's either 0 or more than 0. That's all occupancy is. And we know in practice all these things are going on. We have our biases. We don't observe everything. And what data integration is saying so now what state space modeling is saying that we can model our way back from all these imperfect observations and biases to get back to the true distribution, or at least some probabilistic representation of the true distribution because it's all statistical. And then data integration says that if we use the different data sets and treat them all, respect the data, then we can do that much better than if we just ignore the fact that these are being observed in different ways. Statistically, don't worry, folks. The maths here is only to show you that there is maths behind this. So Mathematically, what we're doing is we have a model for the processes, the probability of lambda given theta on the left. That's simply a model, a process model. On the right, I've got the probabilities of these x's given the things, which are the observation models. So we can write down for each data set an observation model. And for most of these, it shouldn't be too difficult because we spent decades working with observation models. We know how to model market recapture data. We know how to model occupancy data. We have it all, the even presence only data. We know how to model that as a point process, etc., etc. We can write down these models. So these individually are not too difficult. And then all we're going to do is combine them together using some nice maths. And this is really just multiplying the likelihoods for all the data together. Anything more is messy details. Fitting it is messy details. That's the stuff which I love. I will talk about at stats meetings. Most of you don't want to know, except Bert over there who's smiling. These are the messy details, and part of what interests me is me doing this and you not having to. So just with the Living Norway R package, to me, part of the interest of that is all the Darwin Core stuff, hiding it from the ecologists who don't really want to deal with Darwin Core. This is hiding away all the computation, all the mathematical details, and let you get to what you're interested in working with. So, to skip through the wonderful messy details, which I love, we can use this in statistical ways. One problem is computational efficiency. These are going to be big models. They can be spatial. They could be temporal. There's lots of bits of which have to be combined together. We have to do this efficiently. Another is to make the software easy to use. And my feeling is the second one here, that's not a big, well, okay, in one sense a big problem, but there are methods which we can use. The third one is the challenge, which I think I've got a way to do it. Whether it works or not is a matter of testing it. So the current status, I said, with the integrated population models, there's been a long history of that, lots of use of that. A lot of that has been done using MCMC and using things like JAGs and bugs, which is great, but you need to know how to write your bugs code. So it needs that little bit more sophistication in computational statistics. For SDMs, people have used bugs and JAGs, written their own MCMC code to do that. But we do need these more generic methods. So I mentioned here pointing SDMs. This is a package I've been writing. It was available on GitHub. I'm not going to talk too much about the details of it because I don't yet trust that it's going to work well enough. It seems like it's working. It's not perfect. But at least the issues at the moment are mainly statistical rather than computational, which is sort of part of my further development. And there are some other people working on this as well. And again, this is messy details, messy computational details of how to get everything talking together correctly. So I'm not going to go into that. So to me at the moment, the problem is, firstly, is to use all these methods. I mean, they're great, they're out there. We need to test them, and to find where we're getting problems with the methods, where they're not working. So we've already been discussing, I can give you an example in a moment, where the spatial fields in this spatial correlation is taking up too much variation. We need to think about how to deal with that. So just an example, Norwegian fish. Of course, we're using Norwegian data. We have several data sets. I'm going to give an example with 2 data sets, and Anders here will know much more about it than I do because he gave us the data, told us where to get it. A fish survey of Nordic lakes with an S, and also standard Alps observational data, which many of you know about. And the question was, can we combine them? And then I was interested in the methodological point of view about the spatial bias in the Alps observational data. Can we deal with that? because that's going to be a big general issue, that there's spatial biases in citizen science data. So most of the observation data is citizen science data. So here's our data, enough to say that there's data. The top row is the citizen science data for 4 species of fish: char, perch, pike, and trout. See that Trondheim lights up for trout and char, for example. And this may not be because this is a hotspot for pike and so for trout and char. It might just be that there's lots of people going out looking for char and trout, or just recording it. I mean, Artsdatabanken is based here in Trondheim, so I can imagine if there's people at Artsdatabanken who work with fish, you know, who actually go out fishing in the weekend, they probably do record it and give the data in. So this is very much one of the issues that, and again, for perch, that looks like very near Oslo, there's lots of perch. And again, that might or might not be true. So this is the data. We have it. So this is one of my master's students, Emma, who I should have, my apologies to Emma for not putting her name on any of these slides. Spent a lot of time working with the data to develop these models. And the idea of data integration here is that we have these spatial biases, say around Trondheim, in the citizen science data, and generally there's a lot more citizen science data than anything else. Can we correct that using the survey observations? So the survey observations should be less biased because they should be developed as surveys that are meant to be more geographically representative. There's a method which we've been developing, and we have a paper earlier this year. So Emily Simmons, one of my postdocs, she and Susan Jarvis spent quite a bit of time looking at how to use these spatial fields and some simulations to show that they actually work really nicely. They worked rather better than I think they should have done, which is sort of pleasing in one way, and it's a bit worrying when things work too well. So Emily and Susan said, hey, you know, here's this really great idea. Look, it works. So Emma then applied it to the fish data, did the species individually, so there's no information crossing between the species. The idea of this effort field, so here the results at the bottom, is that you're just, without sort of thinking about any covariates or anything, higher effort you can just estimate from the data as this sort of flexible field which can go up and down depending on the data. And it's fairly smooth, but nicely, all 4 species look very similar, even though there's no discussion between the species, between the models for the different species. So it gave us some confidence that it's totally working, it's picking out where there's more effort, which is, of course, mainly in the southern half of Norway and not a lot up in the north, where there's less people. And they tell me it gets horribly cold in winter. So that's sort of roughly, that's more or less where we are. We're now fairly confident that we can use the survey data to correct the biases in, say, unstructured data, so citizen science data, typical presence-only data. The other work by other people to use multi-species data, a similar idea that one species will tell you about the other species. Something else we've been discussing, we've not really explored yet, is to use data from different regions. So I've been thinking about this as, if you collect data in Wales, in the UK, what does that tell you about Belgium? There should be some similar information there. So if you have a survey of Wales, a survey of Belgium, and you have citizen science data in between, can that communicate enough that you can actually get much more information out of it about Wales and Belgium, and indeed all the bits between the two? So this is where we are, I think, at the moment. So now what I want you to do for, I guess about, yeah, so let's say for about 20 minutes is to discuss about this. So, because what I want from, you know, partly get you some feel for what we're doing with this. but also to find out what are the interesting problems which you're interested in. So here I've got sort of part one and part two. You don't have to do them all. So part one, what do you want from your data integration? What are the sort of questions which you're asking? What are the ecological questions? And what sort of data are you collecting which could be used in this data integration, where you have, say, one data set where this is good in some ways, but really awful in others. There's this other data set which is good in different ways. And you're looking at the game, well, can we merge these data using data integration? So that's one thing. And then the other thing, and you can fit between these two as much or little as you want, is what are the problems that you see that are arising? So what are the ecological problems, for example, of bias, as I showed with citizen science data? There might be other problems of identification of species, some things which I just haven't thought of, and it's particularly the stuff I've not thought of. I'm interested to see if people can suggest anything. And then what do you think are going to be the computational problems? What do you think we're going to need to implement, other than the stuff that works fast and efficiently, obviously, but are there going to be issues which you think could cause problems, which again, I might not be seeing? And if you can do this, you might improve what's going on. So that's that. So split into breakout groups. I put a comment on Slack. So the people who are attending this virtually should be in group 1. And there's a link to a Google Doc. Then the other groups, there's 2 to 10. Go into your rooms, same groups as before, and basically grab one of those groups, because we've not allocated a room to a group. Label the Google Doc at the top so that people know that you've grabbed that group, and they don't try to sort of fill in on the same doc. Or if they do decide to fill in the same doc, you can have lots of fun arguing with each other on a Google Doc. So try and sort of allocate yourself and come back in. Let's say 20 minutes. So come back, about at 5:30. 3:30, 15:30, and we'll see how far you've got, and then we'll sort of wrap up and then sort of finish these things off. So off you go, everybody. And those of you who are attending virtually, have fun discussing it in your virtual group. Okay, everybody, thanks for coming back on time. So I see that there've been quite a few comments on the doc, so great. I mean, thanks for that. Some interesting ideas. Some of it is more as things I expect. You want to look at spatial problems, some dynamics, these sorts of things. Worried about combining different sort of data. These sort of issues, as somebody mentioned, scaling issues as well. So I'll go through these in more detail later, and then hopefully I'll get the time to perhaps write a blog post up, because that's the great way to do all this open stuff, and try to put it on Living Norway if Alan will let me. He better bloody let me. Yes, thank you. You're a nice guy. So I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's good, nice. Obviously, from my point of view, it's nice to see that everybody's engaging with these issues and thinking about them. And I hope that this has helped everybody get some feel for what the potentials are, and what the problems are, and so perhaps in 5 years' time, whenever, if we move things along, what's the potential for what they can do. And sort of said earlier, this is all about reusability of data. So it all fits in the FAIR scheme in the sense that this is really sort of why things like open data, why FAIR is important, is because it gives us the opportunity to do this reuse, data integration, using data in ways which people who collected the data hadn't thought about as being something that could be done. So good that we can actually sort of see that this is not just an academic discussion. It's something which hopefully will actually be useful now and into the future. So I guess that's it, unless anybody wants to leap up and say anything desperately. In which case I shall stand up here and say something desperately, that thanks to Alan and everybody for organising it, and Alan is now going to stand up and say something probably slightly less desperate.
Yeah. Now it's on. Yeah. Okay. I will. It says in the program that there will be a closing word, not closing words. So I will keep to that almost. So yeah, I think that the summary of the event will come later in various forms. It will come via blog posts. It will come via papers, and it will come via further mails to you all. So we will continue the communication. And the discussions on Slack will go on, and I think there is quite a few things that a lot of us will need to come back to there and answer to. But I think I will just say thank you all for participating, for everybody that have presented, taken part in the discussions, and both today and yesterday. At least for me, the discussions have been really interesting both days, and I'm quite glad to see that it seems like the hybrid event type of arrangement has worked out quite well. But we are quite keen to get some feedback from the online audience on that. So you will all receive a third email about our survey just after this event. And that will be the third part, and you should answer that with the same email address that you used for the two first ones. So please take time to do that. It will be relatively short, and it will include a couple of questions about where you are asked to evaluate certain aspects of the conference. We will let you know in various ways how we report back to you in this. There have been some discussions about where to put the recordings and talks and things like that. We will let you know, but for sure they will be made available. But we haven't planned in detail exactly, to be honest, how, where, and how to put them. Yeah, and I think with that, I think we are ready to close this conference. And yeah, thank you all for joining in and making these 2 very interesting days. The Living Norway Consortium, we hope to plan and have an event like this next year, at least if the evaluation is decent. And we will for sure use a lot of the input that we have got during these 2 days when we continue to develop our project and our plans for the future. So thank you all for that.